datang nih orang-orang.
Di sini apa sih passwordnya?
Kayak IPB akses. Wah, aku tahu caranya.
Gimana? Gak boleh aja. Hah? Gak bisa lihat teman saya. Oh. Yang ini ya? Apa yang ini? Lihatnya.
Biasanya ini nih yang muter-muter.
Apa yang muter-muter? Ini.
Yang jalan tuh.
Ini bisa jalan sih?
Nangis coy.
Itu kelihatan pakai laptop.
Dia menjauh, dia menjauh.
Passwordnya IPB akses.
Rumah aku bisa gitu.
Ya elah, IPB fix dah. Kayak ketinggian nggak sih ininya? Apa kurang kependekan atau mesti naik lagi? Coba. Oh ya bentar. Dah.
Running boat, maraton. Jadi gitu. Dan kemarin makan dulu.
Iya bu.
Sama dia yang ekolan. Dia begitu aja.
Oh, belum kenal semua staff orangnya mana udah pas udah pas FH
Gitu. Aduh, kemarin kenapa gitu?
karena gajinya lebih gede sih Pak.
Mangga mau
Itu udah jam segini udah bisa ini belum?
boleh sih Kak. Boleh dari laptop aku.
Boleh boleh.
Ini sebelum online ya, yang gua udah tapi ada buat terima ya tapi aku mau masuk banyak atau mau nyoba di Zoom aja Pak? Kenapa? Nah ini aku mau ya, itu kan aku pasti bisa sama namanya. Karena bocah, ya Allah,
Oh Allah Allah. Komen ya skripnya.
sama oh kakak ada main script ya?
Oh ya skrip jadi apa yang kamu sesuai dengan nanti kamu jadi operator.
Terus nanti bacain terus udah ketemu belum? Apa? Bacain terus.
Iya iya.
Itu bacanya sekarang kalau video ya. Cuma nanti kakak lihat aja rute nanti gimana ya kak. Kan ini openingnya nih sambil nunggu. Tapi yang ini bakal bayar di laptop dari Bavika Indonesia Raya. Terus ini bukan Indonesia Raya yang pertama. Indonesia Raya udah gue tayangin tau. Terus ini kan opening kakak kan. Terus nyanyi lagu Indonesia Raya. Terus bacain Rules dulu Indonesia Raya dulu. Mulai itu apa? Aku Indonesia Raya dulu. Tapi terus dulu aja ya. Terus dulu terus Indonesia Raya ya. Oke, Indonesia Raya. Ini kayak transisi gitu aja lah, Kak. Langsung kita ke depan. Nanti aku slide juga dan kakak semua aku coba ya pesannya hilang kan.
Kayak gini, aku cuma bilang thank you
Tapi
for
iya.
the wonderful remarks aja sih.
Oh gitu dong. Terus habis itu langsung ke ini. Ke apa?
Langsung itu habis itu langsung
Gak apa, nanti aku tinggal skip aja gitu. Tinggal next aja sebenarnya.
Ini kalau misalnya antisipasi
ada terus paling
kamera yang mesti diputar ya?
aku belum ada pasti ada ngomong-ngomong dulu tuh biar nggak tiba-tiba langsung sertifikat aku pokoknya saat kayak gitu tuh kayak buat transisi gitu apa ada harus bisa tahu ya punya terus sertifikat kan masuk berikutnya langsung sertifikat kan ya terus ini slide-nya tapi nggak usah bacain sih kita ternyata ya soalnya kan kita semua temen nanti dikasih sertifikat nanti kita punya satu nanti yang mau nanti baca apa baca seminya itu apa mereka kakak yang baca ya yang moderator nanti rebutan lah ya
Akan banyak nggak ada waktu
masih ini kan pas udah mulai sesinya aku bakal tanya di sini terus nanti kalau udah selesai pas baru kalau udah selesai diskusi kan slide ini terus nanti sertifikat lagi sesi kedua dimulai
ya.
Terus nanti dipancing Dia udah capek lagi. Tapi dia bisa aja makan tol gitu, soalnya kan emang lagi sama ya. Oh, ini sama backgroundnya ya. Masih di Malaysia nya, dia kadang dia masih aja sih, kan takutnya salah. Kayaknya beliau baru mau masuk pas dekat-dekat di sini. Tapi itu nyatanya jam 6. Sebentar sih. Jadi kalian baru kan? Sudah jam 11 aku sama. Apa tuh? Ada yang sedang digambar ya? Oh, apa? Aku tadi bingung mau ngapain. Oh iya ini. Ada bentar aku cabut dulu ya, Bu.
Good morning from the presentation.
Tak bisa aja gimana, Bu? Tak bisa aja gimana, Bu?
Good morning. Indonesia, just wanted to introduce myself. Nasi Portuguese French.
Profilnya flash kampus baru ini masukinnya di flash ini aja mana biar jadi satu. Aku itu harus di save as ODP lagi. Oke, bentar ya.
Welcome. Pas aku bilang, before we begin, we would like to convey some housekeeping notes that hopefully can be followed during all sessions. Itu slide-nya tuh yang rules tadi.
Oh, yang slide-nya pas lagi apa tadi awalnya?
Before we begin with the first agenda, we would like to convey some housekeeping notes that hopefully can be followed during all sessions.
Sama, problemnya. Makanya kalau problem tadi ini sampai bisa gampang koordinasi. Kalau aku ini bisa kan?
Kenapa?
Mau ditutupin kamera? Enggak mau pakai layar.
With respect to our national anthem, Indonesia Raya, I kindly request all participants to turn off the video and stand. Ini pas lagu Indonesia Raya kita berdiri nih. Allah Akbar.
Iya.
Gini.
Jauh lagi.
I would like to invite all participants to listen with respect to our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. I kindly request all participants to turn on the video and stop when turn off your video and I would like to invite our director of IB. Mr. Welcome speech, please welcome.
Yang bagian opening dong. belum kak, kan kakak assalamualaikum kakak Ustaz.
Oh ya, berarti kamu harus benar-benar ini apa namanya pay attention. Udah dapat
Iya,
skrip
betul,
aku
harus
gak?
dengerin banget. Apanya?
Udah dapat skrip aku gak?
Ada juga sih. Oh, kakak di situ ada ya?
Ada di grup kalau nggak salah nih,
Di grup yang mana?
yang di Google Drive.
Oh, yang di Google Drive itu. Aku kayaknya lihat yang Google Drive. Kak, ada musik ini nggak kak? Hah? Musik yang lagi tayang sekarang.
Indonesia Rayanya udah bisa
Tapi dia
depannya.
video. Oh video. Convert deh.
Aku pakai ini jadinya. Indonesia Rayanya udah bisa.
Indonesia Raya kan udah bisa sih.
Oh, coba nanti.
Kak, Indonesia Raya.
Biar lulus.
Indonesia Raya udah bisa.
Aku pakai ini jadinya ya. Ini dicolokin ke mana? Hello everyone, good morning from Indonesia. First of all, please say to purchase Minister of Government and Cultural Affairs Indonesia, Arif Satria Aspa MSc, MSI Rector of IPB University, Profesor Dr. Ujang, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Ujang Sumawan MSc as a Dean of Faculty of Human
Orang di sini ISFCI kan munculnya. Cantik suaranya. Oh iya udah.
Kalau udah cek kedengeran nggak di video?
Komentarnya gimana nih? Udah ada dulu mau sohos itu kan mau masuk. Udah 745
MPS.
Guys, berdoa dulu guys, mari kita berdoa dulu. Semoga nanti kita terang. Guys, semoga kita terang. Kita udah ada. Buat kagak, kalau ada.
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi Bapak.
Audio terdengar dengan jelas.
Ya, selamat pagi Bapak. Sudah.
Tapi di sini ada suaranya mantul.
Akan bisa sedikit lebih keras Pak?
mantul, suaranya mantul. Ada feedback. Mungkin kita salah satu aja nih, biar nggak bolak-balik suaranya.
Halo? Bagaimana dengan sekarang, Pak?
Ada yang pakai headset ya, Pak?
Masih feedback. Masih feedback, belum.
Suara lain ada yang baik terkata.
Suaranya masih feedback.
Pagi Ibu, mau tanya untuk slide nanti terbuka kan ya?
Masih koreksi Bang.
Santai. Oh, Pak. Dan untuk dari sana atau dari sini?
Izin bertanya ini untuk antisipasi aja nanti kalau misalkan Pak Menko mau buka slide nanti dimohon untuk slide-nya jangan dikunci ya untuk share screen-nya maksudnya.
Baik, nanti kami siapkan, Mas.
Iya, untuk akses dari sini aja. Nanti antisipasi aja itu.
Baik,
Ya, terima kasih. Untuk MC-nya coba lagi boleh?
MC-nya boleh Mbak Dini diulang.
Apakah suaranya masih menggema?
Masih.
Ya,
Coba
masih.
kami coba atasi di sini ya, sebentar.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Halo? Cek. Kenapa ya?
Ramba dia ramba muna dai torio rio ramba na poso marga dia marga muna dai toso so kaso muto ala tipang 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 ulun labaya ala rudeng 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 ala tipang 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 ulun labaya ala rudeng 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 Kampuang nan jauh di hati Unwang sansai baku lilian Pintakan ajo kawan kawanan lamun Sangke basulian sulian Bayu dua yonan elu Dan suko bago tonggoyong Aki sanang samu samu dirasu Dan takkan lanjut kampuan Soleram, soleram, soleram Anak yang manis, anak manis Janganlah dicium
Masih menggema nggak?
Kalau dicium, merahlah pipinya Anak manis, janganlah dicium Sayang kalau dicium, merahlah pipinya Injit semua siapa sakitnya di atas
Selamat pagi Bapak dan Ibu.
semut walau
pagi.
sakit jangan dilepas Injit semua siapa sakitnya di atas
Okay, good morning ladies and gentlemen. Udah ada ini nggak sih? Good morning everyone. Hello everyone. Good morning from Bogor, Indonesia. Udah ya? Halo? Cek? Oke.
Ondel-ondel ada anaknya nandak diindo. Mak bapak ondel-ondel ngibul, narak pengantin di Singapura. Nya nonton rame kegirangan, anak iring-iringan. Tokecang bala gendir tos blong, angen kacang satu pendil kosong. Tokecang bala gendir tos blong, angen kacang sapa pendil kosong. Gundul pacucu gembelengan, nyunggi wakul gembelengan. Wakul glimpang segane desa ratan, wakul glimpang segane desa ratan. Suwe ora jamu godong telo. Suwe ora ketemu pisan atine gelo. Suwe ora jamu sogo tuntut. Suwe ora ketemu pisan atine seneng. Rek ayo rek mlaku nang tunjungan. Rek ayo rek rame-rame bebarengan. Cak ayo cak sopo gelem melu aku. Cak ayo cak golek kenalan cak ayo. Cicik periuk hilangi sumping dari Jawa, datang nek ke Cibok bawa kepiting 2 ekor. Cicik periuk hilangi sumping dari Jawa, datang nek ke Cibok bawa kepiting 2 ekor. Cak buk dalam bilang api cak hidung gigi rongga, sahabat kita wadolo di pacu raja tunggal. Parampar pisangku belum masak sabiki diurung bari-bari. Masak sabiki diurung bari-bari. Mangga patah kayu bengkok dimakan api, apinya kacurupan. Bengkok dimakan api, apinya kacurupan. Indung kepala lindung, hujan diudik di sini mendung. Anak siapa pakai kerudung, mata melirik kaki kesandung. Buka pintu, beta mau masuki. Siola nona beta adalah dimukai. Beta panggil tidak menyaut, buka pintu juga tidak mau. Siola nona beta mau masuki. Beta panggil tidak menyaut, buka pintu juga tidak mau. Buka pintu, beta mau masuki. Mana di mana anak kambing saya, anak kambing tuan ada di pohon waru. Mana di mana jantung hati saya, jantung hati tuan ada di kampung baru. Caca marica hehe, caca marica hehe, caca marica ada di kampung baru. Caca marica hehe, caca marica hehe, caca marica ada di kampung baru. Sayang si patokaan matego tego kan sayang 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 si patokaan matego tego kan sayang saku mangemo tanaman jauh mangemo milele laku sayang saku mangemo tanaman jauh mangemo milele laku sayang Deyamko rambeamko harunawa kombe Deyamko rambeamko harunawa kombe Mino kibe kumbano kombo beko yumano mungo awe ade Mino kibe kumbano kombo beko yumano mungo awe ade Onke 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 riro Onke jombe jombe riro Onke 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 riro Onke jombe jombe riro Onke 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 riro Onke jombe jombe riro Onke 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 riro Onke jombe jombe riro
Melesat ngapun luhur jauh di awang-awang Beberkenjang ganang bangun ayah karindang Kukur narang raos rejempang atur nangeluh Ngepak mega bari hibernan tarik burungnya Manuk dadali, manuk panggagana Pelambang sakti, Indonesia jaya Manuk dadali, pangkal kocorana Resepna hiji, rukun sama merah Berkumpulkan cucuk kebelengan Menghidup jiwa kumpul kebelengan Wapul limpang segar
Everyone. Welcome to the third international seminars on family and consumer issues. So I see today we have so many participants who join these events already, and the number is still going up. We are so glad to see you all join this event today. We will begin in a few minutes, so please bear with us. Good morning, Professor Dr. Muhajir Effendi, MAP, as the Coordinating Minister of Human Development and Cultural Affairs in Indonesia. Please welcome to our event. It is an honor for us to have you today in our event. We also have here Professor Dr. Arif Satria, SP, MSI, as Director of IPB University. Good morning. All right, this event will be attended by national and international participants. So we are so glad to see a various background from all participants to discuss about interesting issues. And our event will begin in a few minutes. Kindly wait, and we will come back soon.
Udah ada surat.
Okay, hello everyone. Good morning from Bogor, Indonesia. First of all, please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Ludini as an MC for today's event. Secondly, I would like to welcome our honorable guest who joined us today, Professor Dr. Muhajir Effendi, MAP, as the Coordinating Minister of Human Development and Cultural Affairs Indonesia, Professor Dr. Arif Satria, SPMSI, as the Rector of IPB University, Professor Dr. A.R. Ujang Sumarwan, MSc, as the Dean of Faculty of Human Ecology, IPB University, Dr. Tin Herawati, SPMSI, as the Head of Department of Family and Consumer Science, and last but not least, all participants of these seminars. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the third international seminars on family and consumer issues with the theme Strengthening Family Resilience during COVID-19. These seminars provide an opportunity to all of you to learn about the recent development in the family and consumer science, as well as its applications in order to cope with the COVID-19 situations. With the participations from the local and international experts, we expect a fruitful discussions that stimulates ideas that can translate the invention into a better practical implementations. So in today's sessions, we are going to have a very interesting sessions. We will begin with the keynote speeches from the notable speakers, and then we are going to discuss from notable experts that will relate to the main theme. Then finally, we will conclude this seminar by having an oral presentations. Before we begin, I would like to convey some housekeeping notes that hopefully can be followed during all sessions to make sure that the sessions run smoothly. All right, this is the housekeeping notes that hopefully can be followed during all sessions to ensure that this event runs smoothly. So the first, access to Zoom will open 15 minutes before the event starts, or you may miss important information. Second, this webinar participant's ID must use the real name. The third, participants who have access to Zoom must dress modestly and behave politely. The fourth, participants are strongly expected to mute during the webinar process. Next, all participants who take part in the webinar via Zoom can ask questions by type asking, then display the name, institutions, and questions concisely. The moderator will ask the speaker only some questions because time for discussions is limited. And certificate will be sent to participants who attend the event from the beginning to the end of the webinar. So make sure you attend the full event. Next, at the end of the event, the attendance list link will be shared. The link will only be active for 30 minutes. Lastly, participants who do not fill in the Google registrations form will not get a certificate. So make sure that you fill in that form. Okay, to begin with, I would like to invite all participants to listen with respect our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. And I kindly request all of you to turn on your video and stand up when hearing that song. Thank you. Indonesia tanah air. Yeah. Okay, thank you everyone. You may now turn off your video and mute your microphone. Okay, next agenda. I would like to invite our Honorable Rector of IPB University, Professor Dr. Arif Satria, SPMSI, to present his welcome speech. Please welcome, Professor Arif.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Honorable Professor Dr. Muhajir Effendi, Coordinating Ministry of Human Development and Cultural Affairs, Republik of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Ujang Sumarwan, Dean of Faculty of Human Ecology, IB University, Dr. Tin Herawati, Head of Department of Family and Consumer Science, Faculty of Human Ecology, IB University, all speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you to the third international seminar on family and consumer issues in Asia Pacific 2020. And this is the annual event that organized by the Department of Family and Consumer Science, Faculty of Human Ecology, IB University. And this year, in light of ongoing development with COVID-19, this event is conducted online. And of course, we are very pleased to greet all of you today. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, these are difficult times for everyone. Now we are dealing with the issue of COVID-19, and the COVID-19 pandemic has attacked almost all countries in the world and has affected various aspects. And family, as one of the most fundamental and vital units of society, has also been impacted by the pandemic. This pandemic is presenting families around the world with unique challenge, and many families must make significant change to their life. We know that with the closing of schools, universities, workplace, public area, and recreational space, families are spending obligatory extended times in the same household, sometimes crowded and limited in space, while at the same time dealing with the stress and anxiety, as well as the socioeconomic consequences of the pandemic, which can include loss of income and employment and impact the family welfare. These conditions may put pressures on the family relations, then can negatively impact the health and well-being of the family members. Family resilience, the capability of the family to get through and recover well from prolonged adversity, important setbacks or crisis, and it depends on families' ability to balance stability and flexibility in changing circumstances. In times like this, family resilience is one of the keys of success in facing a pandemic. That is a family that remains strong and happy, which strengthens each other, supports one another, understands each other, the various changes faced by family members. To address this challenge, Department of Family and Consumer Science, Faculty of Human Ecology, IB University, present the third international seminar on family and consumer issues, which focus on the theme. It's very actual, very new theme regarding strengthening family resilience during COVID-19. We are delighted to present a range of highly respected keynote speakers who will provoke our thinking and practice and discuss the related topic. We hope that this webinar will create a great platform to researchers, academicians, and industry experts to share experience, discuss research findings, and acquire the desired knowledge for practical exercise, as well the opportunity to learn about new developments in the field of family and consumer science. And of course, today I'd like to express my appreciation to Prof. Muhajir Effendi as the Coordinator Minister to give the keynote speaker in this very important seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, finally allow me to wish you a fruitful and pleasant international webinar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Warahmatullahi.
you, Professor Arif, for such a wonderful remarks. Next, we have the honor to welcome the Coordinating Minister of Human Development and Cultural Affairs Indonesia, Professor Dr. Muhajir Effendi, MAP, who will give his keynote speech. Please welcome Professor Muhajir.
Thanks, good evening. Excellency Rector of IEPB University, Professor Arif Satria, Excellency all speakers, especially from the overseas, and all the participants. COVID-19 is become a guidance for mankind around the world. Besides having a negative effects on human life, the COVID-19 pandemic has also had a positive impact. The variants that broke out at the end of 2019 in China has now spread through the world and alternates by means of transmission, which is called imported cases from outside the area of origin or the transmission between residents. COVID-19 in Indonesia is now spread in 34 provinces. That means all the provinces has been spread. As of 12 October 2020, the cumulative positive confirmed cases more than 3,400 people has been spread with 79.52% cure rate and a 3.49% death rate. Indonesia positive rate is 14.3%, which means that if 100 Indonesians are tested for PCR, 14 people will be positively infected with the coronavirus, which is 3 times above the WHO standards. The hospital isolation bed and intensive care unit or ICU to accommodate COVID-19 patients in DKI Jakarta, for instance, is only sufficient for the next few weeks. The same condition also occurs in other areas. Due to the rapid spread of the virus and the limitation of the treatment units, the local government imposed large-scale social restriction or PSBB. In DKI, for instance, started with restrict application of PSBB, then become the transitional PSBB. But it's not so long, then re-implementing of the PSBB. COVID-19 cases are changing up and down. As the policy mentioned above indicate that to this day, self-protection is the most effective action in preventing the spread and infection of COVID-19. A healthy lifestyle by implementing health protocols, using masks, maintaining distance, washing hands, and also avoiding the crowd is absolutely necessary for all of us. The adaptation to this new habit really depends on the attention of the family. Ladies and gentlemen, based on a study conducted by several ministries and institutions, there were massive layoffs in all sectors. Some of them were immediately laid off, and some were sent home with a shifting system, and some were even paid half parts. And this condition causes most of the workers in work termination, unable to meet their needs. National Family Planning Agency, or BKKBN, notes that 36% of families cannot meet their minimum needs. These financial difficulties have triggered an increase in domestic violence, or KDRT. In addition, the COVID-19 pandemic also affects the sadness of
mothers, and children. Since the children know that it's difficult to access basic health services and vulnerable to health problems. 12 until 20 million children under 5 are at risk of malnutrition. 10 million babies or 14 million under 2 years are not immunized for several weeks or months. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to the risk factor above, there are also protective factors that existed during the COVID-19 pandemic, namely the high concern of couples in helping each other works, high communication and interaction between family members, and distribution balance role in the care of husband and wife. Regarding the risk factors and protective factors above, the family is expected to be able to adapt and silence the problems that arise during the COVID-19 pandemic. Resilience is a dynamic process that leads to adaptations in facing difficult situations. This adaptation and resilience will be able to maintain family resilience during the COVID-19 pandemic. The main factor of adaptation and resilience is one, other than the understanding and implementing of function of the family function as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, the understanding and implementation of the function of the family function is the main factor of adaptation and resilience as a 3K progress categories of family resilience, namely family belief system, organizational patterns, and communication process. The family belief system can be interpreted as the ability of family to give positive and optimistic meaning to the difficulties faced by placing faith in God. Organizational patterns can be interpreted as the ability to adjust studies, create relationship among family members, and mobilize resources in the face of change. Meanwhile, the communication process is the family's ability to provide clarity and the problems faced and to share positive emotion with each other and working together to solve the problem. The role of the family function properly will lead to a prosperous family, physical and mentally, as well as a resilient family, so that it will create a quality family as the basic or foundation of national resilience. So with this logic, national development cannot be separated from family development as the main support for the implementation of family function. Ladies and gentlemen, the government through ministries and agencies has intervened programs or activities across sectors with a focus on family and family development as the main object of intervention disciplines. There are 3 strategies implemented by the governments, namely 1, fulfillment of basic needs, namely through the family hope programs, basic food program, case social assistance program that has been conducted by the Ministry of Social Affairs. Second, fulfilling business needs through pre-implementing CARD implementation programs. And third, dissemination of strengthening family resilience, namely through the mother class program for the healthy generation and the dissemination of post-pandemic family health media from the Minister of Health. Joint movement program to protect our families from the Ministry of Women's Empowerment and Child Protection. Program of learning from home, SOS and mutual assistance movement Corona that has been conducted by the Ministry of Education and Culture. Specifically for the social protection program, as on October 18, the basic food program has been distributed to beneficiary family more than 80%. The Hope Family Program, or PKH, has been distributed 100% to beneficiary families. The cash social assistance, state 4 and 5, have been distributed for more than 94%, and stage 6 has been distributed for more than 88%, and stage 7 has been distributed 42% to beneficiary families. Ladies and gentlemen, the coordinating Minister of Human Development and Culture embodies in the President's vision of the realization of a sovereign, independent, and advanced Indonesian based on mutual cooperation, and the President mission, in particular, improving the quality of Indonesian people, equitable development, cultural progress that reflect the national personality and protection for all nations, and provide a sense of security in all citizens into a cycle, namely the human capital investment cycle, is the frameworks work done by the Ministry of Development, Coordination, and Culture. This cycle is the foundation of building family resilience in every phase of life, from prenatal until to the elderly. Finally, we from the government give our highest appreciation to IPB University for carrying out the seminar, as well as to the speakers and all the participants. The government hopes that a breakthrough policy recommendation will be generated from this seminar for the realization of quality family resilience and the foundation of national resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Muhammad, for such a comprehensive explanations. It will be highly appreciated if you could stay to receive the certificate as a form of appreciations from us. Hence, I would like to invite the Rector of IPB University, Professor Arif, to give a few words of appreciations and certificates to Professor Dr. Muhajir Effendi, MAP.
Halo.
Terima kasih Pak Menko atas kehadiran pada pagi hari ini. Terima kasih atas kehadiran dan speech-nya yang luar biasa. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Pak Rektor. Salam sehat, terus maju IPB.
Insyaallah, terima kasih banyak. Amin.
Lead for IPB.
Ya.
Thank you, Professor Arif and Professor Muhajir Effendi. Kindly remain on the room because we are going to have a photo sessions. So for all participants, please turn on your video and give your best smile. I will count down. Okay, I will check each participants. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and smile. Once more. 3, 2, 1, and smile. Thank you. Thank you, Bapak.
Thank you, Prof.
Terima kasih.
Thank you,
Selamat.
Mas. Terima kasih, Bapak. Sehat-sehat selalu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Pak.
Sama-sama.
Next.
Next, we are going To the next sessions, we are going to listen to the next keynote speech that will be delivered by the Head of Department of Family and Consumer Science, Dr. Tin Herawati, MSI. Please welcome Dr. Tin.
Thank you, Ludini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Prof. Arif Satria as Rector of IPB University, the Honorable Prof. Muhajir Effendi as Coordinator Minister for Human Development and Cultural Affairs, Prof. Ujang Sumarwan as Dean of Human Ecology IPB University, all speakers and seminar participants who I respect. In this opportunity, I would like to share about the family empowerment to cope the COVID-19 pandemic, empirical evidence and recommendation. Next. Next. Outline this, my presentation is Indonesian challenges and needs, family and human resource quality, family and environment, family lives during COVID-19 pandemic, recommendation for family empowerment during COVID-19 pandemic. Next. Nowadays, Indonesia face many challenges such as prosperous Indonesian in 2025, golden generation in 2045, decentralization or regional autonomy, total globalization era 2020, industrial revolution 4.0, and SDGs target 17 goals 2030. Next. Successful key to face the challenges is human resources quality that come from qualified family. Human resources quality is very important factor in advancing the nation and state. Therefore, qualified quality is foundation that support the existence of the nation. Next. Family and human resources quality. Family is the smallest social institution in the society that has very big role in establishing the human resources quality. Family is the first and foremost institution in educating, protecting, and caring for children, both male and female, in accordance with family values, social norm, and religion. Family is the only social institution that has the first responsibility for introducing the desired behaviors, teaching adaptation to social environment, and environmental change that occur. Family is one of the most important socialization agents in teaching its members the rule expected by society. If the family function run well, will produce tough and qualified generation, that will be prospective leader in future. Therefore, family is foundation of the nation. Next, family life and environment. According family ecology model, Bernard places the family and children as the core of environmental system that directly interact with the environment. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected the largest environmental system, macrosystem, which will impact on change into microsystem environment, namely the family. Reinforcing risk-based family by family in the sector of education, economic, social, health, and so on, affect the lives of our family members. According to 2002, the influence of the environmental on the family can contain this factor. and protective factors. Risk factors that can be threatened the resilience and well-being of family. Bioprotective factors that can be threatened bioprotective factors are factors that support family to be strong and wise. Next. And now, I'm going to talk about risk factor of family during a family. These are research were conducted by a family and consumer science IPB University and other institutions. I divided into some issues. Based on research, first issue is economic. I think economic is a big issue in the world, including Indonesia. The research show more 50% of men and women of the 500 super respondents have lost their jobs. And more 55% of the family from more than 1,000 respondents have experienced a decreased income, and more 60% of family economic conditions have got worse. This research was conducted by Mukrihati and Sunarti. They are a lecturer from Family on Consumer Science Department. And then more than 50% of family have experienced an increase in expenditure, especially for health equipment, internet quota, food, and vitamin. And the same research, Siman Juntak, 2020, food spending of the bed has increased. And more than 30% of meeting financial needs during the pandemic is not always fulfilled. Based on Bureau of Statistics Center Indonesia, increased economic vulnerability of family, especially for the poor, vulnerable to poor family, and those working in the informal sector. As many as more than 70% of respondents in the low-income group, smallest or equal 1.8 million, admitted that their income have decreased. Second issue is food security. Food insecurity has increased and is higher in the low-educated group. More than 30% of households have consumed less food than usual due to financial constraints. And more than 70% of families have saved up family food expenses, and family have registered disease. The food condition has become worse. I worried this issue because food insecurity can affect on nutrition condition, yeah, especially our children under 5 years, yeah, such as wasting and stunting. And the next issue is children. The children issue is the higher level of violence against children during the pandemic. From January to June, there were more 3,000 cases of violence against children, including physical violence, psychological violence, and cases of sexual violence. The next issue, increasing child marriage. Until June, there were 34,000 applications for dispensation of marriage. It is still under 19 years old. And more than 50% of teenagers feel bored, and 20% of teenagers have negative emotions, such as stress, sad, worried, confused during the pandemic. This research was conducted hastily from lecturer Department of Family and Consumer Science. And the next issue is mental health. More than 50% of family have increased anxiety and worry. The next presentation. And family are worried or very worried about the COVID news, worried about personal health, worried about family health. And more than 50% of family are worried about economic condition. And final issue is family harmony. 2.5% of married couples disagree. More than 60% of husbands are angry with their wives, and of wives are angry with their husband. 2% of husbands beat the wife, and 1% of wives beat the husband. The same data that Prof. Muhajirin has explained it. There were 3,100 divorce cases from January to August. The next. Based on many issues that I have explained, protective factor of family during pandemic, the husband care, protective factor, the husband care and help his wife's work, wife's care and help husband work. Communication interaction among family members is getting better. A married couple to try to support each other and avoid fighting. Adolescents feel closer to their family. Family often cook and eat together at home. Parenting and affection for family members are getting better. Next. Based on I have explained it,
will be further strengthened and beneficial for everyone involved.
Empowerment.
The SDC program
is non-economic aspect and economic aspect. Economy is very important, but we cannot focus only one aspect, economic aspect. But non-economy is very important too. Empowerment of non-economic aspect and economic aspect will improve family function that affect on family strength and prosperity during the pandemic. To achieve family strength and prosperity during the pandemic, strengthening of synergy mechanism and policy coordination and supported by conducive environment, such as family-friendly policy and supportive social capital. And aspect of non-economic of family empowerment during pandemic is family capacity building. This program is carried out by family education, such as family education in the first 1,000 days of life, family education with toddlers, family education with adolescents, family education with the elderly, yet the education or premarital age. I think this is a vulnerable group during pandemic. This group need education about parenting, financial management, stress management, time management, environmental health information, food security information, and family harmony. Besides family education, the family needs psychological assistance for family with COVID suffer or who have recovered from COVID. Some families feel worried, some families feel excluded from society. Involving these activities with public figure, family counselor, and social worker. Next presentation. And I will about a talk aspect, economy aspect. Yeah. Economy aspect is such as cash assistance. Sorry, the next presentation. Stimulant or capital loan provided is made easy or rate interest. Entrepreneurship training, digital marketing training. This program, I think, can support family business. Utilization of the yard. This activity maybe can support to generating income of family. Local tourism development, local superior product development, work skill training based on local potential, virtual storefront for superior product, and family economic business assistance. Next. These are programs to strengthen the family economic in Indonesia. All family in Indonesia can access this program within a certain condition. Yeah. Recent Indonesian President Pak Jokowi, yeah, has launched a new program, is cash assistance for productive economy. Next. Thank you. I think my impression is enough for this time. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Tin, for such a comprehensive explanations. I would be grateful if you could remain on the meeting room because we're going to give you a certificate as a form of appreciations. Therefore, I would like to invite the Dean of Faculty of Human Ecology, Professor Ujang Sumarwan, to give a few words of appreciations and certificates to Dr. Tin. Prof. Ujang, I'm sorry that we cannot hear your voice.
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Yes, now we can hear you. Thank you.
Baik, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, we would like to thank you to Dr. Tin Herawati for the keynote speech for this morning. I think we have some new knowledge about how the family deal with the COVID. And we would like to appreciate for your present today. Here is the certificate. Thank you, Ibu Dr. Tin.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Thank you so much, Professor Ujang and Dr. Tin. I have since some of you have just joined our events, I would like to say welcome to our event. We have just heard some keynote speeches from notable speakers. Now, as a refresher, we are going to show you the profile of our department as the host of the event. Please enjoy. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the undergraduate program of Family and Consumer Science at IPB University. We have so many programs to the community. As you can see from the picture, we also have several international programs. One of them is this event. And we also have the master program with divisions. As one of the master program, we have a family and child development, which accredited A.
And soon we will open.
We also have, as you can see, the courses available in the master program of family, which is very interesting because you will be given a very holistic approach to the family and child development science. We also have a doctoral program of a family science that will be launched coming soon. So if you are interested to join, you may ask us after this event. Again, we also have a journal of family and consumer science, which you can see on the screen. And this journal has been accredited as well. All right, that's a glimpse of our department. If you are interested to know more about our department, you can visit the website or you can ask us questions right after this event. So moving on to the next sessions, we are going to have discussion sessions about how to improve family and child resilience during COVID-19 outbreak. So I'm pretty sure that this interesting topic will stimulate many questions, comments, or even new ideas. If you do have it, please don't just let it stay in your head. Just share with us by typing in the questions and answer box, which you can see down below in the message icons right there. But the question and answer sessions will begin when the discussion sessions begins. All right, before we start, I would like to introduce our moderator who will take over the sessions and lead the next sessions, Professor Dr. Senior Ais Sunarti, MSI. Professor Ais Sunarti is a professor at IPB in the field of family resilience and empowerment. Has been a lecturer since 1988 for almost 23 years. Obtained a master's and doctorate in the field of community nutrition and family resources, and since 1997 has studied family resilience, formulating indicators and policy recommendations. Since 2006, Ais Sunarti has developed the concept and piloting of Eco-Village as an effort to develop regional and family-friendly jobs. Since then, family-friendly regional development models and indicators have been continuously developed, recognizing that family is the basis for disaster risk reduction as well as disaster victims. Ais Sunarti is actively involved in disaster programs and explores family resilience in disasters. From 2007 to 2018, as the head of the Center for Disaster Studies, LPBM IPB, became the founder of the Higher Education Forum for Disaster Risk Reductions, became the initiator and declarator of the National Platform for Disaster Risk Reductions, and became a member of the Indonesian Associates for Disaster Experts. With that, I would like you to join with me in welcoming her. Professor Ais, over to you, please. Hello, good morning, Professor Ais. How are you? Hello, good morning, Professor Ais. How are you there? Ini udah. Ibu Ais, I think you have to unmute because I cannot hear your voice. I'm sorry.
Okay, good morning. So this is for the first session of seminar, yeah? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you and all of us be always happy and healthy. Amin. So it is an honor for me to host this seminar, the third international seminar on families and consumer issues. And this is the part of a seminar which will discuss how to increase, how to improve the resilience of children and families during the COVID-19 pandemic. I think we all agree that this is an interesting and important topic because in essence, the COVID-19 pandemic affect individuals and families. In pandemic situation, the family is increasingly becoming a social unit carrying out the various dimensions of life. So in this seminar, we will listen to country speakers who will present the topic with specific emphasis on lesson learned how to improve family and child resilience during the pandemic in Japan and Thailand. We welcome Associated Professor Kaweta Novmani Jumbrusler from Mahidol University, who has joined in this room right now. Hello, Dr. Kaita. You may greet the audience.
Yeah.
Where is Dr. Kaita?
Here.
Yes, you may greet the audience, please.
Okay, hi everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me. Yeah.
Okay, because Dr. Ota, since Dr. Ota still not joined right now, so maybe you will the first present the presentation. But before presentation started, the organizing committee will display the speaker biography. So please, the organizing committee to display the biography of Professor Kaita Novmani Jumbrusler, MD.
Green ลงมาแป๊บนึงเลยเพราะว่าหมอกำลังพูดอยู่แล้วหมอเปิดไม่เป็นแป๊บนึง
Okay, this is interesting topic area of your research. Yeah. For our information for this session, we have 75 minutes. So for each speaker has a maximum time of 20 minutes for presentation, and we will change the sequence of the presenters. And for the first presenter is Dr. Kaweta, and then the second is Dr. Asami Ota, and there will be discussion time at the end of the session. All right, audience, I give you Dr. Kaweta, who will present how to improve family and child resilience during the pandemic lesson learned from Thailand. Dr. Kaweta, the time is yours for 20, maybe until to 20 minutes. Please.
Thank you very much. Do you see my screen? Do you see my PowerPoint?
We can see. We can see.
Yes, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me for this lecture. Okay, so for the disclosure, I have financial relationship with Mahidol University and also the research funding of Thailand. So I would like to talk to you about three main points today. First, the COVID situations in Thailand. And second, what is happening to Thailand during this pandemic in terms of children and family, school, and the society level. And third, child and family resilience, lesson what we have learned from the pandemic. So the COVID situations in Thailand. Oh, it's not going. Okay. This is a topic that the Thai people will be proud to present about these topics. As you can see from the graph, Thailand detected first novel coronavirus in early this year, and it was the first place outside China to detect the case. And then the case rapidly increased in March. It was around 100 cases per day. And during that time, the government actions and the public compliance to the measures have widespread across the country, and we were able to limit the local transmission to zero. Started since May. It was zero local transmission in Thailand until just 2 days ago that we found only one case in local transmission in Thailand. And the death rate was around less than 2%. Okay, do you กรีนช่วยให้มองไม่เห็นสกรีนแล้วอ่ะมองไม่เห็นสกรีน Oh sorry there was เปิดสกรีนนิดนึงได้ไหม
It's okay.
Did you see the screen?
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. We cannot see your screen.
Do you see now?
Yes.
Yes, perfect.
So what the measures in Thailand? It was mandatory and voluntary measures implemented all across country. First, it was cancellation of all the public gatherings, and everyone worked at home since March and April. And there was closure of the entertainment and sport venues. And it's a big campaign of stay home, stop the virus, and save the nations. And also, we provide treatment free of charge to all COVID-19 patients, including non-Thai citizens, covering diagnostic testing and all the treatment expense to everyone in Thailand. Green. Oh, I just cannot open. Okay, so Thailand was a star. WHO shows us to be a successful models in response to COVID-19 with New Zealand. So as you can see from the pictures, everyone conform with the government policy. Even the Thai food delivery drivers, they adopt social distancing with the support of the shopping malls. So everyone developed social distancing. And also there were 3 new normal for the Thai people. Everyone wear a mask, everyone do the social distancing, and everyone wash their hands frequently. And not only washing their hands, but everyone will have a little box of the alcohol gels going with them everywhere. So why Thailand was success in terms of responding to COVID-19? There were many reasons, but the top 5 reasons were it was the early government actions and policy. So at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, the government started the Center of COVID-19 Situation Administration, and the top doctors in Thailand helped give information to the government, and it was evidence-based and timely managed actions in terms of coping. And also the main point is the fact-based, consistent messaging communication to the Thai people. Every day, the psychiatrist who was the spokesman of the administration do the public announcement of what is happening around COVID situations, how many people infected, and do the contact tracing and give the information on how to prevent the infection. So it's every day, and everyone get the trusted resource and know how to practice themselves daily. And third is the public compliance to the measurements. It's deploying universally all over the countries. And fourth is the village health volunteers. This is the infrastructure of Thailand, that we have the village health volunteer, around 1 million people. นี่มันมีโทรศัพท์อาจารย์ sorry มันมีโทรศัพท์อาจารย์ทำเข้ามาแล้วมัน do you see the
สกรีนข้างล่างนะ
ไหนนะโอเคบอกฉันทำอย่าเพิ่งโทรมาได้ไหม So the village health volunteer knock at the door of every local community and give information to the local people on how to prevent the disease and do the contact tracing, monitor the symptoms. So it was widespread in terms of health education to all Thai people. And another one that other foreigners mentioned, it was the Thai cultures and norms that we have why instead of contact with the people, and also it's the fear of the virus infection in many of the people in Thailand. So with the fear and with the communication from the government, so everyone conform with the measures. So what's happening to the children and family during this pandemic? There were many pros and cons. The pros, mainly it was the people who were not much affected to the crisis. So there was more quality time at home, more relationships at home. As they work at home, they continue to have time with the children. And this group of people, because there are a lot of generating the knowledge of how to spend time with your kids during this pandemic. And it was spending time through play, spending time through house chores. And there was a lot of interaction and teaching going on during this pandemic. But mostly it was the people who were not much affected to the crisis. And also it was a big change in terms of adaptation to the online learning. So this is a big, with the teacher assistant and the local community, they have to adapt to the online learning. And because the school was opening like 1.5 months later than normally. And there was a survey of, was everyone of the Thai people ready for this online learning? And it was around 40% said that they were not ready. And it might be because of the lack of computer, lack of time, lack of IT skills, or no internet. And the government tried to subsidize to the Ministry of Education. But more luckily, the Thailand was able to cope with the virus infections. So after that, only 1.5 months, we were able to open the school again. But during that time, everyone learned the skill of technology and the Zoom and the online learning. It widespread across the country. So what was happening to the nursery, kindergarten, and the school? As you can see in the pictures, after we opening the school, you can see that we all practice social distancing. Every kid has a plastic like partition on their tables. And then we divide the class into 2 groups, and the students come to school only 3 days a week. And it's dividing, the teacher has to work on Saturday. And also with the small kids, they might be a lot of saliva and maybe spread more infections. The Ministry of Public Health had the guideline that there were only 1 to 5 teachers to the children, and there were no contact between bubbles. So, and everyone had the individual sets of toys. So it was effective in terms of reducing the contamination, but it was high cost, and the children come to school only like a few days a week. And as you can see, this is our institute, the National Institute for Child and Family Development. Everyone come to school every day, but we spend a lot of money on that. And we increased the numbers of the classroom from 12 class to 24 class to try to get to the small size. And then you can see that everyone is on their own space, and everyone wear masks, and everyone wash their hands frequently. But luckily at the national level, we were able to cope with the COVID-19. So this happened to only 1 month. And after that, the school come back to normal. Everyone come back to school at the same, together again, only wearing masks and washing their hands. So what's happening in terms of the society levels? So as you know, that Thailand is the traveling country. So with travel restrictions, with no tourists, it was an economic crisis. And with the loss of jobs, the closure of all small business, and many, especially many of the people in the tourist business, they will have a lot of troubles. But the government has tried to subsidize the money to the people, and also boosting the domestic traveling and help with the local sectors. The good side. The good side is that even some people are in difficulties, but it was empathy in actions across Thailand. As you see in the pictures, this is the pantry of sharing. You can see the booths of sharing, and everyone you can see on the road, on the community, everyone sharing their food to other people. And this happened all across the country. And another thing is the warmth and gratitude, the moments of gratitude. And everyone posts in the social medias, and everyone claps their hands together for the healthcare providers who did the work for the countries. So it was a moment of like, even the difficulties, it was a moment of warmth at the same time. Regarding social campaigns, so we raised a lot of awareness on health literacy in all age levels. As you can see that we did the drawing contest for all young children in terms of many private sectors. And also for the teen, they raised awareness of how you can help protect the aging people in your family. Send the video clips and show us, and then they get the reward. And so it was a widespread of health literacy in all age levels. So as I would like to conclude that there were a lot of positive sides that I mentioned, and also some of the negative sides, especially with the parental stress, and there were poor parent and child interactions, and with behavioral difficulties during a long period of online learning, and less social contact at school during the first 2 months, and with the crisis and loss of jobs. So come to our topics of resilience. So what we have been learned from this pandemic? So the sign of resilience mentioned that from the Child Development Center of Harvard University, the way to build resilience is 3 main points. First, supportive relationships and opportunities for skill building. And second, learning to cope with the threat. And third, coping skills are learned throughout life with the accumulation of experience. But how can we move this experience, which has a lot of negative impact and positive impact, into a positive outcomes? So we have a lot of protective factors during that times. From the research, it shows us that the most important way to build resilience is the responsive relationship between family, the child and the parents. And also the caregivers need to have skilled on how to nurture resilience. And if we can do more of these protective factors, then there will be positive outcomes and build a resilience. So how to improve family and child resilience during this COVID-19? This is from the Development Child of Harvard University. There were 3 main points. First, reducing the source of stress. And second, support responsive relationship. And third, strengthening the core life skills. This is a 3 ways to build resilience during the difficulties and hardships. So I would like to summarize what has happened to Thailand and what has contributed to resilience as the research mentions. So in terms of reduce the source of stress, with the economic crisis, the government has the policy and the financial support plan. And this is one of the main projects of the government this year. And also, I think this is very important. The stress also coming from anxiety and fear of not knowing, afraid of infecting the people or the family members. So I think the communication from the government, from the trusted resource daily, every day to the people, make the fear and the anxiety goes away. And this is one of the main things to reduce the source of stress. And also the numbers mentioned that there was a reducing the numbers of cases in Thailand. So reducing the source of stress, making the family more applicable to be resilient to the hardships. And second, how we support the relationships. The main point is the village health volunteers that we have in every local communities. And it was the people contact teaching in the community to support the family's well-being. And second, there were a lot of knowledge distribution on how to spend the quality time with the kids. It was from the government, from the doctors in Thailand, and from a lot of social media source on how to spend a very good time with your kids while you stay at home. And I think one of the main thing is the norm of the Thai people. We have warmth, we were very generous, even especially when we see the difficulties of other people. So at that time, it was the moment of warmth, everyone sharing, everyone feeling gratitude to each other. And that was one of the relationship within the whole country that happened. In terms of strengthening core life skills, it is how to deal productively with difficulties and setbacks. And we can see that the relationship in the family is the most important, and with all the strategies that have been built in Thailand. So we try to build the EF skill and how to do the problem solving skills. And we try to generate that knowledge into the people. But it's mainly more of the people in the that were not very much in crisis. And also there was a lot of innovation and creative practice from families and communities. So that was the way that Thailand responded to the pandemic. And that was the three main points that how we support resilience in Thailand. So what should we go next? What should we go next? So from the sign of resilience, I think the good foundation of Thailand, of the village health worker that we have all across the country, but we have spent the time on knowledge on stop the spreading of the infection. I think now is the time to strengthen the core life skills, especially on the executive function, on how you can problem solve with the problem you are facing now, how to plan, how to act, and how to reflect back on what has happening and how to develop the action plans. So this is the whole knowledge of what we plan, that it should be further on with the strength of Thailand, that we have the foundation of the health people, of the health village health workers. So in terms of developing resilience, I think what we have to go further on is on strengthening the core life skills to the parents, to the community, on how to nurture resilience, problem solving skills, how to looking after yourself well, and that the family functions will be best in terms of coping with the next difficulty that might come in the 21st centuries. So this is all what I have for the presentations. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kawita. That is a fruitful information and a good lesson learned from Thailand, how to deal, how to cope with the pandemic situation through the through improving the resilience of family and children. Here are several, actually 4 important notes from your presentation. The first is that Thailand was able to limit local transmission and has been recognized as successful models in response to COVID-19 pandemic by World Health Organization. And the second is that during this pandemic of COVID-19, there were a lot of positive and negative experiences to children and families. This accumulated experience lead to innovation and coping strategies or resilience. And you also mentioned about the protection factor and output. They said that you gave example of Thai strategies to improve family and child resilience. There were 3 aspects of supporting resilience, which were namely reducing source of stress and then supporting responsive relationship. And the last one is strengthening core life skill. The last one is the challenges. Yes, the challenges about the next step program. How to continue coaching and monitoring children and families to strengthen the core skills of executive function and self-regulation, as they are the foundation of resilience throughout life. That is the brief summary from your presentation. Thank you, Dr. Kata. And here are, we welcome to Associated Professor Asami Ota from the University of Niigata Prefecture, who at this time has joined this room. Hello, Dr. Asami.
Hello.
Asami Ota, you may greet the seminar audience.
Nice meeting you. Can you see me right now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Presentation started, then the organizing committee will display your biography.
Okay. May I start now? May I start now?
Hold on for a moment. Okay, Dr. Atta, you have 20 minutes for your presentation.
Okay.
And how can we support older people and children experience of Japan during the pandemic of COVID-19? Time is yours.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Asami Ota, and I was very interested to listen to the Thailand's experience, and maybe kind of similar episode I'll talk about. So let me start from the slide. Now start the slide. Wait a minute. Maybe the slide. Can you see? Okay. Okay, so let me start. Can you all see? Okay. So I'm talking about both sides, older people and children's experience from Japan during the pandemic of COVID. So first of all, I want to let me show you what's behind older people right now in Japan. So this is a change of average life expectancy. Actually, women live like 87 in average, and men live around 81 right now. Women are the second next to Hong Kong, and now men is in a third. But actually, this longevity started from after the war, 1945. And in the background, the good economic increase of the good economic, improvement of good economic, and good hygiene and good nutrition, and that made the decrease of the mortality of infants. So actually not only medication, but in the background, good hygiene and nutrition is in Japan's longevity. But not always there is a happiness in longevity. this is a graph of annual change of the average life expectancy and health life expectancy in Japan. So blue ones are what I was talking about, the average, and the average is increasing right now. And yeah, I showed the 2008 before. And this pink one is what's called health life expectancy, how long person will live in good health, So, so this is a gap. So this is a gap of health and average life expectancy. So this 9 years, about 9 years for men and 12 years for women, this is a period of older people need some support from others to live. So Japan's focus is how to shorten this period, the gap between health and the average. And this is in the Japan's health promotion, Health Japan 21, now in the second term. So what in the background of these kind of health status in Japan? So this is a data of National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey 2008, showing relationship between income and lifestyles and other factors. This is Japanese surveys, randomly sampled every year. So there are 4 groups, 1, 2, 3, 4 groups, and these are the poor groups, and 4 is a richer group. So in this So in this 1 and 4, there's a star on this, comparing 1 and 4, there's a star on here, and that is showing the significant difference. Wait a minute. So looking at this, so salt intake, actually richer men, this richer men group has more salt than poorer group. So this means maybe they eat a lot of many kind of food. And also richer men eat more vegetables, and richer men have more walking exercise. Walking is more. And for smoking, actually poorer group have more smokers. Excessive alcohol, richer men have more excessive alcohols. And for health checkups, no health checkups, who don't take blood and check your health is higher in poorer men. In Japan, there's no difference in obese. In richer or poor, there is no difference. And for underweight, there are more underweight people in men in poorer group. So looking at this, we know that disease has a lifestyles in the background, and in a lifestyle, there are socioeconomic status in the background, such as income, education, even in Japan. So what bridges income gap? So how can we solve this problem? So there's a old story called Long Chopstick Story. So what are the difference between heaven and hell? The question is. So in heaven and hell, they all have a long chopsticks, and there's a food in a far way. So if you are in hell, you think about only yourself. So try to eat with a long chopsticks and drop the food. So you are very hungry and don't like others. But in heaven, the same thing happens. You have a long chopsticks and there's a food in the center. But in heaven, you think of other people's things. So they give the chopsticks and give the food to others. So you can have a food from other people and you give the food to other people and you love all the people around you. That is heaven. So kind of what we are doing, actually, my studies is focusing on people to people's connections. Maybe Thailand's story was very similar to ours. So connecting to others, social support is one way to solve the income. And maybe in a big community, it's called people to people's network, kind of social capital is a word, but these kind of people to people's network and social support will support social economic difference in equality. So actually, I'm working with older people's survey. It's called Japan Gerontological Evaluation Studies, and done in all over Japan, and it's a cohort study. And this is Niigata. It's above here, northern part of Tokyo. 2 hours by bullet train. So we are doing the surveys of older people here. So, and what our question is, how can we solve inequalities? It's happening in Japan also. So from the data, we knew that social relationships is very important, even adjusted by age, gender, education, income. Having relationship with others in older people will prevent dementia. So they are the data showing that following 9 years cohort and 46 reduced. So if you are isolated, you will have a dementia, but if you have communication with others, that will lead to your older people's health. This is the same kind of data. It's a data of long-term care. So long-term care means you need support from others. If you have go to the salon, this is a place where older people meet. I've been to Indonesia and saw the place where older community people come and talk to and chat or those places, but this is also in Japan. So if you go to this kind of community meeting place, you can avoid becoming long-term care. So yeah, this might be kind of, if you have relationship, older people can have a good health, prevent dementia, prevent from long-term care. So this is a data of COVID-19 infected cases per day in Japan. So moving to COVID story. So what happened was, the outbreak, most these outbreaks were occurred to more like Tokyo area, mostly in Tokyo area. So in April, actually, the number increased. So our schools, all the schools were stopped. But actually nurseries in Japan did not stop. Everyone continued to go to nurseries every day. And that was not a big problem happened. So for schools, elementary schools, they stopped from April to July. Yeah, and after summer holiday, naturally, we started the school basically the same as always. And our university had started also, students to come to the university. And in Tokyo, actually, till July, school was closed and the people stopped going out. But from July, everyone was able to go outside, but only in Tokyo Prefecture. And in October, now Tokyo people can go to other prefecture also. And actually this decrease is, we don't really know what happened, but it's a natural cause. Yeah, not good medication, but we did the mask, but not to restrict actions. And this is going on. And for older people, as I said, the importance is not to be isolated, especially for poorer people. So new actions are starting. So these are the seminars, done by volunteer titled Scammers Don't Get Food, because isolated older people is very anxious and maybe kind words by salesman will let them buy expensive things. So they are kind of teaching, don't be fooled by sweet words saying, I don't need it once and for all. So this kind of education is done on opening spaces and alcohol disinfection. So these starts happening to not to let all the people isolated. And also these are the like community level meetings. They are doing quotes. It's like a children's game, yeah, loops, but they are good to prevent cognitive disorder, concentration, calculating the numbers of the scores, and also conversation is good for them. So the health program was isolation for older people. So we are starting to have this kind of meeting with disinfection status. Now let's move to the children's sections. This is not our study, but this is done in National Children's Hospital. So this is a survey done by National Online Survey of Children's Quality of Life and Health. So they had a number of 1,300, and for the parents, 3,500 were has answers. So in these answers, what the children's concern was, like the others can't meet friends, isolated, can't go to school, can't play outside, worried about studies, can't do exercise. So isolation could be the one factor, also the problem for children. And also the problem in children seems to be the increase of screen time. This seems to be still not good surveys done still, but there seems to be many children who is very focused on TV games. Cannot stop TV games. They are stressed. They are stressed but cannot stop. These groups are seen in Japan right now. Cannot stop the games, even the school started. And also the problem is the food. I'm in a health and nutrition group, and surveys of single mothers, these are the poor group, and they have the change in eating habits after the COVID-19. So these are internet questions, and they have to decrease the amount of food because of the money, and the number of meals per day decreased, and eating sweets instead of meals increased. Meal eating only bread or rice increased. Instant food increased. So working mothers, poor group has more problems in COVID-19. I think this is happening to older people too. Also, the problem in Japan is mental status of children, and maybe for adults also. We fear too much COVID-19, and this is a picture book, online picture book, and shown by Red Cross Hospital, and they are saying that not only the sickness, but the coroner's fear or stigma is more fearing than infection itself. So for medical people, I heard that many children were bullied because their mothers are medical, or fathers are medical field staffs. So they say, oh, you are infected, your parents are infected to COVID-19, and so kind of bullied. And that has become a very big problem in Japan. Not to, this stigma and fear was too much. So we are try to making that kind of stigma less. Again, for children, have network in the community. So older people made these kind of masks when we are lack of masks. So they made a cloth, and the older people made and gave to the children. These community-based meetings were held even in COVID-19. And also children's cafeteria. This is a kind of new volunteer group, started in 2010 in Japan, and it was started to give food to all low-income group children. They don't they don't have a chance of eating when we have a long summer holiday. So they give the food, eat and make the food, and give the food to them. It's kind of a volunteer, a lunchtime kind of that thing. So this was spread all over Japan, and now 2,200. So in my prefecture, about 20 or 30 children's cafeteria appeared. So there are voluntary group, once a month. The food is given from the community farmers or food banks and make the food, by themselves with volunteer and children and eat together. That kind of activity is spreading right now. But because of COVID-19 pandemic, the children's cafeteria has not yet opened. Still, food from local farmers and food bank are collected by volunteers and handed out whoever needs them. So food security, food access is now could be the problem, though we cannot see clearly. So in the poor people are maybe isolated, maybe cannot use money to the food. So these kind of volunteers activities might be needed. So little maybe short, so but we finishing. So these are worsening lifestyle, isolation from society, food insecurities becoming health problem in COVID-19 pandemic. But still we cannot see clearly because we cannot access to them. And children of older people and social economic status is a big problem in the background. For the isolation, these kinds is in the background, there is a social economic status. And what we might need is to connect isolated people, find them and connect to society. Not only infection, but stigma and secondary damage to people should be the problem, and we should think about what we can do for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kauta. That is fruitful information and important finding for your research, for your study on how to support the older people and children in the pandemic of COVID-19. You mentioned several important information that in summary, you explained that worsening lifestyle, isolation from society, food insecurity is becoming health problem in COVID-19 pandemic for children and older people, and socioeconomic status of the family might be one big risk factors. And you emerged the issue how to support the elderly and children who are deliberately isolated from society during the pandemic so as not to become infected from coronavirus. Whereas being together with the society or community is part of social capital or social asset that makes the elderly healthy and happy, and that's also one of the reasons makes Japanese residents lifelong or high longevity. And from your study, there is a key finding that what might needed is to connect isolated people to society, any group or any services. Not only infection, but too much fear and stigma will lead to secondary damage to people's communication. Okay, that is interesting study. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the session for discussion. Participants who have question are welcome to write the question in the chat room. Don't forget display or put your name, institution, also question concisely, and to whom question are addressed. We have several questions to Dr. Kauta, the first opportunity. There are many questions actually, but maybe I will choose several first. From Dr. Riluskin Seng, IPB University, he said that you mentioned that one of the important factor influencing the success of combating COVID-19 in Thailand is village health volunteer. Do they work only in the village? I saw, if so, does it means that the virus spread widely in the village or rural areas? That is from Dr. Rilus. Maybe I will read the second question for you.
Should I answer the first question because I might forget the questions? Yeah. Okay. So this is a structure of Thailand health, the structure of the Thailand health plan. So the lower bottom of the health care is the village health volunteer. It's all across the country, even in the in the community and in everywhere. And then after that, they go to the local hospital, and then go to the secondary and tertiary care. So it's go up the ladder like that. So the village health volunteer work, it's all across the country, and they work. It has been like more than 20 years for these village health workers, and they work on mostly with the children and the family and the old aging, like doing the weight checkup, doing the vaccine, like give all the information. It's the helper for the healthcare providers. So this is the basic of the Thailand healthcare.
Okay, thank you. And this is the second question for you. From Agus Winarso from Semarang, Pharmacy Semarang, to Professor Kaweta. What your country policy to give vaccine to community? What kind of vaccine choice? What age of priority to give vaccine? What kind of medicines your country cure COVID patient? What the key to success your country to overcome COVID? Thank you.
Regarding vaccines, there is still controversy because we still don't know the efficacy of each one, and also the side effects, and also the long term of how many injections for each vaccine is still in. So it's a wide discussing between the doctors and give the information to the government. So I think this is not conclude enough to give you the information right now. But we have the top doctors working on this and give the information to the government, and the government will decide on that later. But the government have spent a lot of money on planning on that to give the vaccine to the whole countries. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kata. And this is the fortunate to the Dr. Kota, two questions. The first is from the Dr. Dwi Hastuti from Department of Family and Consumer Sciences, IPB University. What is the main reason why children cafeteria is still closed? Don't you think this could affect to children's welfare and nutrition? Maybe question.
Okay, so actually there are evidence in Japan that infection happens in restaurants, and when we are eating and talking, that's the most risk factor. So what we are doing is that we are closing restaurants in nighttime, and so the cafeteria is a place where we make food and talk and eat food. So that is a place where risk factor increases. So that's the reason why we are closing child's cafeteria. The evidence of restaurants eating and talking with others is a more infected place. Is it okay?
I think that's enough.
Thank you.
Question. The second question from Ibu Nina Septiana, Parahyangan University, Bandung. Are there any study in Japan to find how this pandemic period will affect on the children's social skills in the future? How to cope with this issue?
Oh, okay. So actually, maybe Thailand is more working on online studies right now, but in Japan actually not elementary school children couldn't start online. Actually, they don't have tablets yet. So now at last the government said, let's do it faster. So maybe this year, maybe the students and elementary schools try to have a tablet and start online. But actually, Japan is really late in online studies. So And also, yeah, we don't really know what's happened, what will the result of this, COVID-19 school closure is going to be to the education. We don't really know, but actually the government is starting at more focusing on online education at last. Will that be okay? Yeah, difficult question. Yeah.
Good explanation.
Yeah, evaluation is difficult.
A question for Professor Karata from Dedi Stiadi. Is there any relevance for staying at home to increasing pregnancy for families in Thailand?
That's interesting. I don't have the exact number for that, but there was a survey regarding the family situations in Thailand, and it was interesting. Many of them say that they were able to around 70%. They said it was about the same. There was no like quarreling or fighting more in terms of the family environment, and around 20% said that it's uh, there was more it was about the same in terms of the family situations. So I think in that part it is not going to be much, but we have to do to look at the survey again. But I haven't seen the survey on the divorcing in Thailand.
Okay, thank you. This is the question, but unfortunately incomplete from Dr. Yulina Evariani from the organizing committee. Can you help me? From Dr. Yulina Evariani. Excuse me. How can Thai people cope with economic threat?
Excuse me, can you ask again?
How can Thai people cope with, where's the question? Can you?
Yes, the questions is, I think, cut in the middle. So the question is still not complete yet.
Yes.
We are trying to figure out how to get the full questions. Okay, please bear with us.
Question, how can Thai people cope with economic threat? Do Thai families disappear?
Okay, the second questions, if I may convey the questions, how can Thai people cope with the economic threat? Do Thai families with COVID have stigma from the community and being isolated?
Yes.
That's the full question.
Great question.
Okay, so second, the first question is how Thai people cope with the crisis. So it is the government subsidy to the people who are not employed with the government. Everyone can get the funding each month for the subsidy if they during that time, during that pandemic when they have to work at home. So everyone can get the financial support. And then the second one is the financial ministry reduced the interest rate of the previous the loan that they had in the family. They reduced the interest rate and they stopped around a few months for that. And then this year, the whole year, they reduced the interest rate for the loan. And also, I think because of the sharing within the country, I think that's the main thing. And also, in Thailand, we have a health coverage. So even if you only have food to eat, and then you have health coverage, if you are sick, you can go to the hospital. I think we have basic need for the people, so they can survive, but it might not be, it might be a little bit difficulties, but they can survive with food and they can survive with the health care. Yeah, so that's the way that the Thai people cope for the previous months. But now we start to open the tourists, and the government do the domestic tourists in Thailand. They try to promote that. So so this year we have the whole plan in terms of boosting the economy for the small people. For the stigma in Thailand, it was a lot in a few months ago. But as I said, it was the communication from the public health ministry to the people every day, and we talk about stigma. We talk about stigma, and then after 2 weeks, when they get tested again, it was negative. And then so it might be for around 2 weeks or 3 weeks when they have the infection or they were contacted cases. But after that, when they were clear, it was come back to normal again. But I think the main thing is the communication from the public, that the stigmata is very stressful for the people. So I think that's two main points.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kawata. And this is the question to Dr. Ota from Dr. Irni. Here's pandemic worsen the birth rate and exacerbating Japan aging crisis. How Japan manage this issue?
Can you once more, please? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Here's pandemic worsen the birth rate and exacerbating Japan aging crisis. How Japan manage this issue?
Aging crisis?
Yes, Japan aging crisis.
That's a big topic.
There or maybe I choose another
yeah, sorry, because it's
from IPB. Indonesia, Japan, and Thailand has the same characteristic. So I ask, what would the government do after the pandemic, especially to children who are affected by this?
Difficult question.
Okay, maybe another
sorry.
Question from Pak Rilus, Dr. Rilus. Interesting to hear that social relation or social capital is very important factor in influencing elderly life. Explain how you measure the social capital in this study.
Okay, thank you very much. So social capital is kind of believing your community. So and the question we use in this survey is like, do you believe in people in your community, or do you love this area, or that kind of question is used to evaluate social capital. So, or would you like to do something for others in the community? Maybe there are about 3 questions, and also maybe volunteering. Volunteering percentage is said to be showing the community level of social capital. So do you believe people in a community, and do you want to do something for your community, or do you love the community, and also volunteering? These are the factors to evaluate social capital. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Rota, this is the last question for you. From Lutfiah Nurlaila from UNESA University from Semarang. Yeah. The effort of parents in providing optimal learning environment and resources for children learning at home.
Children, what the parents can do?
The effort of parents in providing optimal learning environment and resources for children learning at home.
Okay, thank you. So actually, as I said, the online studies is still not yet popular in Japan. But actually in Dicha Group, online studies, we have materials in internet or something like that. So I think, again, the income and social economic status is really related to what you can do to the children. If you have time and enough time and money, you can give many education to the children. But we have to think what we need to help the people who don't actually maybe care, or maybe people who might go to the neglect side group. We have to help them how to do the education. Maybe the mothers and fathers are away, but so maybe again, online studies for everyone. Yeah, we should do some support. Is that the question? So I think everyone who has a good income and good education family, they will do a good education to the children. But maybe for the people who cannot educate, the parents cannot have a time or money to educate, the government and environment should support them, right? Is that the question? So my focus is not only the parents, but the environment itself. We should change. Is my kind of topic of my studies. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ota.
Thank
I
you.
think the same question for you, Dr. Kawta. Lesson learned from Thailand. So I will reread how are the efforts of parents in providing optimal learning environment and resources for children learning at home in Thailand.
It's about the same as you mentioned, because there are two classes. The first one is the one who was not affected much by the crisis. This group of people, the government and the private sector, give the information a lot on how you can provide quality time with the kids. So they have they can spend time and with knowing what's going to happen to the children. The children might be running, cannot concentrate for a long time. What you should do, like that. So we give knowledge on that. But for the one who was very much affected by the crisis, the government, the school tried. This is the help of the school and the community. As we try to open the school very quick, not to close for the long time, and luckily that we can limit the transmission. And also the local teacher in that community also go to the local people, try to help with the learning. So as Dr. Uma said, it's both the parents and also the community have to help together. But in Thailand, it was from the Ministry of Education that tried to support both of that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kawta. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our session. First,
video
international seminar of family and consumer issues. We have learned and we have heard and we have get the fruitful information and also the important finding from the study from the two country speaker, Dr. Kauta and Professor Dr. Ota and Dr. Kauta. This is the important finding how to improve the family and child resiliency in the pandemic situation. Okay, Dr. Ota, Dr. Kauta, and seminar participant, considering that time is up, we will end the seminar. Thanks and high appreciation to country speaker, also to the participant, and I return the program to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you
so much, speakers and moderator. We are so lucky to see and to listen to the discussions which were well explained in a different kind of point of view. We are so thankful for all participants who are giving us many questions. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm. I'm sorry that we cannot answer all of your questions, but of course you still have an opportunity to raise the questions in the next discussion sessions. So for the speakers and moderator, I would kindly request you to remain on the meeting room because we are going to give you the certificate as a form of appreciation. We would like Dr. Tin Herawati as the head of Department of Family and Consumer Science to do the honor to give a few words of appreciations and certificates to the speaker. The first one to Ms. Asami Ota, MD, PhD, and the second one to Assistant Professor Kauta Nokmani, Jum Brussels, MD.
Okay, thank you, Ludimi. We proudly present this certificate for Honorable Associate Professor Asami Ota, PhD, MD. Thank you for your outstanding presentation. And then, okay, the next certificate. In this Assistant Professor Kuita, MD, thank you for your excellent presentation.
Okay, lastly, we would like Dr. Tin Herawati to do the honor to give the certificate to the moderator, Professor Isnarti.
Yes, yes. And with deep appreciation, this certificate is for Professor Dr. Isunarti for being an excellent moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
COVID-19. And just like the previous sessions, I'm so glad to introduce you to our moderator for these sessions, Professor Dr. Insinyur Ujang Sumarwan, MSc. So let me convey his biography. Professor Ujang Sumarwan is a professor of consumer behavior in the Department of Family and Consumer Science and the Dean Faculty of Human Ecology 2018 until 2023 IPB University. He had a master's degree in 1990 and PhD in 1993 from Iowa State University, USA. His research areas include consumption behavior, consumer finance, family economics and well-being, strategic marketing, social marketing, as well as social changes. He teaches course on consumer behavior, social marketing, research method. He is also author of consumer behavior, strategic marketing, social marketing, and marketing research books. For that, I'd like you to help me in welcoming him today. Professor Ujang, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ludini. Good morning, participant and also distinguished speaker. The next session, we will have two speakers from Seoul National University, Professor John Thomas Brady, and the second presenter, Professor Muhammad Fazli Sabri from University Putra, Malaysia. Our topic for the second session is very interesting. The first session, Professor John Thomas Brady, Professor, Department of Consumer Science, College of Human Ecology, Seoul National University. Professor Brady, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, yes. Thank you.
Okay.
For being with us. How are you today?
Doing fine. How are you doing?
So it's getting cold right now in Seoul?
Pretty chilly, yeah.
Very chilly, yeah. I miss last year at the end of, I think the third week of October, we are there with some students.
Right, yes. Yeah, it was you hit it at a good time. It's cooled off a good deal this year.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor John Thomas Brady is here, and I think the topics will be very interesting. How is the government policy and how COVID situation and how consumer in South Korea. Professor Thomas Brady, you have 20 minutes for presentation, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let me pull up my... well, okay, well, I'll just go ahead and get started here and we'll work our way through these. So I sort of spelled out a timeline. I just picked out a few items I thought were sort of key points in the COVID-19 and Korea and the Korean government response. So, back on January 3rd was when they first recognized that COVID was going to be a problem and that they ought to do something about it. So they put a quarantine on for everyone coming in from Wuhan, China on January 3rd. And really nothing happened for a period of time. And then on the 20th, they had their first imported case turn up at Incheon Airport. So that was sort of the beginning of the spread of the disease outside of, China into Korea and surrounding areas. February 2nd, then they put in place a requirement that anyone who had come in contact with someone with COVID had to be isolated for 14 days. February 4th, then 2 days later, they approved a test kit or a test regimen for the country to test anyone who believed they might have come in contact with someone to see if they were infected. On March 10th, then they decided to delay the opening of schools, K through 12. Also, the universities were told that they would go strictly online education for that semester. The 23rd, then the government said, okay, you have to, or we recommend that you stay at home. Now, they didn't go a full requirement. They didn't close down businesses. They didn't close restaurants. They didn't do any of those things that you saw in a lot of places. But, there was a recommendation that unless you had to get out, you probably should stay home. On the 30th, then the government instituted a voucher program. It was basically an income assistance program for those people who might have been hurt. It was based on family size, and it applied to everyone. I think it was 75% above the median income. So if you were, if your income was, relatively high to low, you qualified for the vouchers to get assistance. Let's see, then they decided by the April 7th that they couldn't afford to have schools anymore open, that there was just too much of a risk of infection. And so they said, okay, we're going to online. And then additionally, the government provided smart devices and assistance for getting high-speed internet into the home for families of students that came from low-income families. In May, they had allowed the bars to open, but it was a bunch of students. It turned out it was students from Seoul National University. Went to a bar and got infected, and then they went to another bar and spread the infection. And so the government said, no, bars have to close. And June 22nd, they identified a second wave. July, they decided that, okay, in the new semester, the semester we're in now, all of the classes were going to be online at universities across Korea. So they put aside some money to help with improving non-face-to-face classes, online classes and things of that sort. And then sort of the sort of most important thing, at least in terms of what I'm talking about today, was on September 1st, then the government decided, well, what do we want the recovery to look like? What do we want post-COVID Korea to look like? So they set aside this 555 trillion won, which is about equivalent to 500 billion US dollars, give or take, for restarting the economy once the pandemic was over. So a little bit, I've got a few slides here about, what did the pandemic do to consumption and consumers and consumer behavior and such. So this was consumer spending through the middle of the summer, and you can see that it went up through January of 2020. And then there was this recognition that the pandemic was going to have a dramatic effect on consumers, and consumer spending just dropped right off the map. It went from close to well 22 um, billion won down to close to 21. It just fell off dramatically. After that, then, because of the government assistance program, it went back up again. I'm sorry to say that it's gone back down again because of the third wave and the recognition that, hey, it's not over yet, sort of thing. This is retail sales month over month, and you can sort of see a similar pattern. January, February, March, it went down, but in April it goes back up again. But then as there's a recognition that this is going to be a longer lasting sort of situation, and the government assistance isn't going to continue all the way through necessarily, it went back down in July and then rebounded slightly in August. Here's consumer confidence, similar sort of pattern. And of course, you probably all know, but just a reminder that consumer confidence is generally considered to be a leading indicator of what the economy will be doing in the future. It's a 3 to 6 month indicator, leading indicator. So the fact that it's sort of peaked out after August and come back down kind of indicates that the economy is going to slow down probably in January of this coming year. And in fact, the Bank of Korea has adjusted their GDP estimates downwards based on the fact that consumer confidence is going down, spending seems to be going down. A lot of the government spending that has been approved won't kick in until later in 2021. So you don't have that fiscal boost coming necessarily either. Okay, so anyway, that's, that's enough depressing news. Let's sort of move on to some of the more positive things, I suppose. So that government program I talked about that was approved back in September, they're calling it the Korean New Deal. That's the name that they've attached to it. And it's basically was going to be focused on two areas, the Digital New Deal and the Green New Deal. So initially they were going to spend, or they are going to spend about $8 trillion on the Digital New Deal and about 8 trillion, not dollars, pardon me, 8 trillion won on the Digital New Deal and 8 trillion won on the Green New Deal. And then those were going to continue on for about 4 years, leading to a total spending of about 45 trillion won on the digital side and about 43 on the green side. The 10 major programs that were included here. Okay, I've got there, that's a little cleaner. Sorry about that. Okay. The 10 new programs that they're focusing the spending on are artificial intelligence across all of the various industries in Korea, trying to incorporate AI into manufacturing and retailing and all of the various sectors of the economy. Increasing smart public services. This would be, like water, sewer, all of those sorts of things. Have it so that, there's smart electrical grids, smart water systems, smart sewage, smart municipal solid waste handling. All of those sorts of things are supposed to incorporate new smart technologies. Improving healthcare to have smart healthcare infrastructure so that there's seamless sharing of information across healthcare providers. And also then there is more availability for monitoring people in their homes if they have like chronic conditions or things of that sort, so that the 5G technologies and the high-speed internets and all of those sorts of things that have been incorporated into the system can be used to increase the health infrastructure of the country. Making schools, incorporating more technology into schools, having technology be part of the curriculum. Also making the schools greener than, incorporating renewable energy sources and things of that sort. One of the things I thought was kind of interesting was this thing they called the digital twin, which is, my understanding is it's basically creating a digital replica of Korea. So you've got a detailed map of the digital road systems. You've got a detailed map of the oh, okay. Sorry, I got distracted. Detailed maps of the water and the sewer systems and all of the buildings and the architecture of all of the buildings and how, the infrastructure of the buildings and all of that sort of thing, so that if there's a disaster or if there's a driverless automobile or anything of that sort, you can basically access this digital infrastructure, this digital twin of Korea, and have all that information in one place. It's and incorporated with all the other information, so you can get access to everything from a central location that's integrated with everything else. Of course, that ties in then with smart transportation, water, non-contact recognition at airports, so you don't have to go through the customs line. You can, go through a machine that'll recognize you and identify your fingerprints and whatnot, and let you reduce down the amount of time you have to spend at airports. Smart green industrial complexes, green remodeling of public buildings, encourage the use of green energy in private buildings, and then eco-friendly future mobility, improving the subway bus systems to move away from fossil fuels into using, things like hydrogen or electric or whatever the case may be. So one of the things that is being discussed then is, what will the Korean economy and basically the world economy look like after COVID is over? So there are a number of things that have happened or have changed that essentially need to be addressed, I guess, or more clearly understood, I suppose. And so that's, so Koreans have gotten sort of, into this thing of working from home, trying to reduce the amount of contact they have with everyone else. And so the question sort of becomes, well, is working from home going to be the new normal? Is going to be something that we will depend on more? Is going to a physical location to do your job now going to be something that's optional, or is it going to be something that you can choose not to do? Also, then there's this thing about entertainment from home. Of course, this was an ongoing trend long before COVID came along, of Netflix and Disney Plus and all of the various entertainment online entertainment options. Well, sort of now the question is, well, now that you have the better infrastructure for uh, providing this entertainment at home, are people going to sacrifice going out to movie theaters or going to restaurants or bars or whatever it is? Consuming from home, Korea is again has this has been a continuing trend. So, for example, the year before the COVID outbreak in 2019, retail sales in Korea increased by about 2%, but online sales increased about 20%. So this idea of buying from home, having it delivered to you from your home, not having to interact with the merchant in any meaningful way, has become a sort of pattern in Korea. And of course, Korea is kind of well situated for this sort of an approach, because Korea is very urban. It's about 90% urban, which means then that you can order something online and have it delivered to you essentially the same day. That there's uh, no lag time, no waiting, no anything of that sort. It because it's so condensed, because it's so concentrated, shopping at home is almost as convenient as going to the store and buying, because of the immediacy of it. Of course, there's the learn from home option, much like work from home. Is this now going to be something that people are going to expect? That okay, I am sick and I can't go to school. Will school now come to me? Or should we even expect people to go to a central location anymore to gain education? Maybe the studies haven't been done yet, but maybe learning from home is just as effective as learning in a central location. That's something that is going to have to be studied and examined. What are the benefits and the cost of each method of delivery? Also, then there's the renewed focus on health and healthcare and delivery of healthcare. I talked about that the government was going to spend a substantial amount of money trying to encourage healthcare and digitizing healthcare and making it more modern and things of that sort. And probably as a result of COVID, people are going to start paying attention to their health more closely than maybe they did before, recognizing that there are vulnerabilities in the way they live their lives and things of that sort. New ways for companies and consumers to interact online from anywhere. The Internet of Things, omni-channel, talk to your television and order foods or whatever, or have a Siri or Alexis in your home that you can just, say, I would like to listen to this music, or I would like to see this movie, or whatever it is, and it would be delivered to you wherever you are through whatever channel you have available at the time. There's the kind of interesting set of issues that have come up with this Internet of Things and always online, and one of the issues is that there is thinking that companies, especially bigger brands, are going to start contracting with the people that provide these services, like Siri with Apple, or Google's Alexa, or Microsoft's Cortina, or whatever. That, for example, Heinz might start contracting with them. So when you say, Alexa, order me some ketchup, maybe Alexa's default position is to go to Heinz because Heinz is paying Google to recommend their products or whatever. So there's sort of a question of, well, as we sort of shift over to this smart home, smart technology, things of that sort, are companies going to start finding a way to interject themselves between your home and the merchant, as it were? Let's see, reliance on big data, push marketing, nothing new there, but these are things that have picked up prominence in um, as we've moved through the COVID system. Delivery options, having things delivered to your home and having things delivered by smart devices. So instead of having someone on a motorcycle deliver it to your home, maybe they will start having devices that can operate without human guidance, deliver things. Amazon is working on this now. I know that some other retailers are working on autonomous vehicles or drones or whatever to deliver things to people without having to depend on a human being. Increase in concentration in the consumer goods market. As COVID has gone along, you've started to see more and more concentration in a lot of these markets, as smaller players have had a harder time reaching into people's homes to make their products available. People have sort of fallen back on the main brand. So, for example, in Korea, companies like Lotte and Emart and some of the bigger retailers have had relatively painless experiences because consumers have sort of fallen back on looking for the goods from various other places, to sort of depending on these mainline merchants. And then finally, in the international trade sphere, there's sort of been a shift away from depending on the American consumer to looking for new markets where maybe it's not quite as contentious. So, trying to expand into different parts of Asia or Africa or South America, those are becoming sort of the new consumer markets that seem to be most attractive in the realm of international trade after the pandemic is over. That America, as the source of ready consumers, that may not be where the future lies. So anyway, that's sort of a few points I put together, and I, sort of my thinking along some of these things and some of the things that the government of Korea is doing. And there is nothing, I don't think anyone knows the exact answers to all of these. Will these programs work? Will they be successful? But at least, it's interesting to see the direction that people are choosing to go in. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Prof. John Brady. I think it's interesting how the COVID situation has has made a lot of change in terms of the consumer behavior, spending, and also consumption, as well as the government policy and intervention. I think the last quote that you mentioned, that right now the business is shifting the market target from American consumer to other market. What's other reason, Prof. Brady?
Well, I was basing that on some reading I was doing. It was some research, and I'm trying to remember where the article was from, but I think it was Harvard Business Review, possibly. But their speculation was that the American consumer market wasn't looking as vibrant post-COVID as a lot of other places were. That America kind of mishandled a lot of their responses to COVID, and so the thinking was that okay, there's going to be more opportunities in places that were better able to handle their response and recover more quickly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think we have some question here from the audience. I call Pak Agus. You can read your question, please, Pak Agus. It's welcome you to ask your question. Agus Farmasi, Pak Agus Farmasi. Okay, I read the question.
Okay.
There is one question from the participant. What government program to support jobless and increase consumer spending, and for students also? And how is the government support for the student? Like in Indonesia, government support by providing some small token for the internet connection. Yeah. How is in Korea, please?
Oh, government assistance of the digital economy in general, or specific to COVID?
Okay.
Okay. Well, the specific to COVID, about the only thing I know that they did was provide students with additional subsidies so that they could have a better experience learning from home. As for post-COVID, I know they've already expanded the 5G systems. They are trying to improve the access throughout the economy to high-speed internet and things of that sort to as part of their digital initiative, is sort of making sure that everyone has access basically all the time is sort of kind of the goal, as I understand it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. We will have another question and answer by the end of the session. We would like to move right now for the second presentation from Prof. Fazli. I would like to ask Prof. Fazli, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, how are you, Professor Fazli?
Alhamdulillah, I'm pretty good. How about you?
Okay, I'm pleased that you can join our seminar here. Okay, we will watch some short bio data from Prof. Fazli. Please. Okay, Prof. Fazli is from the Department of Consumer Science, University Putra Malaysia, College of Human Ecology. Okay, Prof. Fazli, what is your topic presentation?
Inshallah, I will be speaking something related to how we can empower consumer during this COVID-19. And then basically, I also will try to share about some of the government initiative to cope with this COVID-19.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it will be very interesting. Okay, please, your time, Prof. Fazli.
Okay, Auzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Allahumma yassir wa tunsir. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh, and very good morning. Thank you very much, Prof. Ujang, for the warm introduction. And also, I would like to say thank you very much to FEMA for inviting me as one of the speaker. Hello, Prof. Brady. I think we have met during our Isfci last year
yes, we did.
in Bogor. Yeah, okay, nice seeing you.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm pretty good.
Ah, great.
Let me share something about Malaysia. All right. All right. So that okay. Let me start. Okay. The title of my presentation is Empowering Consumer During COVID-19 Lesson Learned from Malaysia. So I will be speak about number one in terms of the introduction, how the impact COVID-19 on global as well as nation economic. So the second, I will share something about how we can empower consumer. Third one, basically some highlight about the initiative done by government in helping citizens during this pandemic crisis, and I will conclude with some the conclusion. All right, to share with you, this is some about the coronavirus cases in Malaysia. As you can see that as today, we have about 26,565 cases in Malaysia with 229 deaths, and recovered almost 17,000. And then for the previous last 2 weeks, so we have rising numbers of COVID cases in Malaysia. Even I think last few days, we have up to 4-digit in a day cases. So this COVID-19 bring traumatized to the societies, and then we can see that it also affect in terms of the consumer spending. So now people or consumer move toward do more on online shopping, and then it also have impact towards the job loss. Many people unemployed during this COVID-19. All right, so the COVID-19 pandemic has fundamentally changed the world as we know. So people are living differently. So people are buying differently in many ways. And then according to one study by McKinsey 2020, during this COVID-19, it really changed the people, the way that people become as a consumer. So 5 themes have become evident among consumers across the globe. Number one, shift to value and essential. So now people are looking more value for money. So they are looking for essential item, necessity item, flight to digital and omni-channel, shock to loyalty. So meaning that before this COVID-19, so people are more loyal to the brands. But with this pandemic crisis, so people are more prefer trying a new brand. So people more concerned about the economy, people more concerned about stay at home. All right, so this is by Bain study. So 6 emerging consumption theme. So number one in terms of essential moving online. So 45% of consumers have increased online buying. So even we can see that majority of consumers have tried new application. Even people more value about money in terms of health. They are still safe at home. And this is by Accenture. So they did study so to show that there are 5 new type of new consumer in the marketplace. Number one, this is what we call it. They call it the warrior. So the individualist, the rationalist, the activist, and the indifferent. So we can see from the slide it's shown that about 39% of consumer so become the rationalist. Who are these people? These people, this person has a keep calm and carry on mentality. He or she has a high awareness on news, keeping more informed. So because we are talking about how we can empower consumer, number one is that consumer must be informed. So they have knowledge, then they can make a prudent and wise decision. Right? Okay, I would like to share some of the impact of this COVID-19 on Malaysian economy. So as you can see from the slide, in terms of gross domestic product, so value of gross domestic product losses relatively to the projected 2020, so 38 billion and 102 billion. And there are two sectors which are really impacted. Number one, in terms of the sectors in agricultural, as well as in the service sector. In terms of job unemployment, so it expected that about 4% or 629,000 workers in Malaysia has been employed or loses their job. Even one study by Malaysian Institute of Economic Research is predicted that between 951,000 and 2.4 million jobs would be lost due to this COVID-19. So once we due to this, it really has a great impact in terms of the way that people consume, the way that people spend their money.
Fajri, will you make a slide so it bigger the slide? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, can you see?
Yes, that's excellent.
All right, okay, thank you. All right, so now we talk about how we can empower consumer. I think this is very important. I disagree. So we must empower consumer during this COVID-19. Supposedly we must empower consumer before and during and then even after post COVID-19. So meaning that every time consumer must be empowered. So when we talk about the consumer empowerment, so we must touch on this 6 items. Number one, in terms of choice, in terms of their participation in the marketplace, they must be informed, they must have a knowledge, and then they must have a very very positive attitude to become a very good consumer in the marketplace. They have skill, and then they must have knowledge. By combining this choice, participation, information, skill, and knowledge, then we can have what we call it empower consumer. So I do believe that in order for us to produce empowered consumers, consumer itself must be very smart consumer, they must be a green consumer, and then they also must be a responsible consumer. So let's have a look. What do we mean by smart consumer, a green consumer, and a responsible consumer? Okay, so what is called smart consumer? Because by definition, smart consumer is a smart consumer looks for a good, reliable product that reasonably priced. The cheapest product may be not the best deal in the long run if it doesn't perform or needs costly repairs. So we can check this is some of the characteristics we must produce a consumer. Number one, like to learn and understand about the product features. So they're very concerned about in terms of the quality. And then they have the sources information. All right. So next, smart consumer also, they must keeping with the certain price range is important to people. They must check in terms of the characteristic, check the quality. They must took into consideration in terms of the labor saving, time saving, and then they also must make sure that the product has what we call it a warranty, or whether it has a limited warranty. Okay, now, so what is smart consumer? So in order for them to become like consumer, they must read consumer publication, read and labels, study advertisement, shop at sale, resist sale gimmick. I do believe that now, so people really do more online shopping. So, but we must be very careful. Because there are so many advertisement try to persuade consumer to do shopping online. So we must have like very good resistance in terms of this sales gimmick. And then so we should have use a shopping list. Then in order for them to become like what we call it empowered consumer, they also must be a green consumer. So what is a green consumer? By definition, a green consumer is someone who is aware of his obligation to protect the environment by selectively purchasing green product or services. And then here are some of the characteristics, a simple commitment. So they must be critical, they must be very concerned about the environment. The way that we consume has really great impact toward the environment. So we must concern about this. Okay. So this is just a snapshot how we can become a green consumer when we do some like shopping. This is something that I would like to highlight. So once we become what we call it a smart consumer, so we also become like a green consumer. Now we should move to what this is what we call it a responsible consumer. And who is a responsible consumer? Someone who is conscious about their consumption habit. I think with the current scenario, we are really affected because of the COVID-19, decrease in terms of our purchasing power, in terms of our income. So we must very concerned about our consumption. We must be responsible. Someone who takes into account the paradigm in making consumer decision. So this is what we call it a responsible consumer. So here are some of the Malaysian scenario consumer habit because of the COVID-19 has impacted consumer behavior in many ways, especially in their spending, one of the most important forces for global economic growth. And then, six key Malaysian consumer behavior shift during COVID-19. So now people are less travel. So most probably people just stay at home or travel local. Okay. So many of people now really cook at home or less of them eating outside of the restaurant, do more online shopping, and then really concerned about buy hygiene and healthy product. And then they are spent on less luxury item. Okay, so this is some data from the Department of Statistics. It's shown that due to the COVID-19, it really has a great impact toward the total expenditure as well total consumption expenditure. As you can see that it really decreased from, for example, like include a non-consumption expenditure from ringgit Malaysia 6,000 going down to about 2,000, and the total consumption expenditure, you can see that from 4,000 going down to 2,000. And then during this COVID-19, the only one that expenditure which is increase is more on food and non-alcoholic beverages. I think this is because of the view that food is one of our basic necessities, and then the rest, as you can see, that in terms of health, in terms of education, for example, transport, restaurant and hotel, communication, miscellaneous, recreation, so really going down. Okay, due to the COVID-19 also, since people are very careful about their health, so we can see that majority of the respondents opt not to eat out and go to the cinema. Then even we can see that slightly increase in terms of activities of buying raw instead of from the supermarket. So now they are moved to the traditional store nearby their house. Okay, now, so what we as a consumer, what we should do? Number one, we must be very practical, moderate in what we are using, be proactive. And then the second one, we must become like an informed consumer. So now people talk about Internet of Things, people talk about the internet. So we must equip ourselves with the digital literacy. Now people are using like e-wallet, fintech. And so we must able to change from the old to the new behavior. So we must change our paradigm shift. So I will talk about the paradigm shift at the later slide. And then, so we must improve pivot to self-improvisation by undertaking self-study courses. So nowadays, because internet is your finger, so we can easily study by ourselves about how we can become a very good consumer. Okay, here are some of the government initiative in terms of enforcement. We have we have policies, and then even now, government try to introduce what we call it economic stimulus package, try to put economy going back to normal, make people have a spending power, and then also government also try to encourage in terms of what we call it campaign. So this is what we call it buy local product. So in Malay we call it beli barangan buatan Malaysia. So buy a local product, buy a Malaysian product. So government also put more investment, more money towards the digital economy, especially to those who are really affected, like small medium enterprise, using the fintech, and then consumer awareness program, club, and then government also work closely with the non-governmental organization, try to make a consumer become more empowered. Okay, here are some of the stimulus package rolled out by the government in the Asia Pacific. So as you can see that For example, the Malaysian government 18.1% have spent about USD 64.6 billion for this stimulus package. This inception since 27 February 2020. So the Malaysian government announced about 20 billion economic stimulus package to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 outbreak. And then during 27 March, so the government also have another stimulus package. This is what we call it prihatin. Prihatin meaning that in Malay, this is prihatin. In English meaning that they are very concerned economic stimulus package. The government announced the prihatin economic stimulus package, injecting an additional 230 billion into the economic. And then in 6 April, so the government announced additional allocation about 10 billion. So this is some of like government economic stimulus package, how they can help citizen during this pandemic crisis. Okay, this is bantuan prihatin nasional, some cash hand out for the rakyat. So this is based on household income. So in Malaysia, we divided the household income into 3 categories. We have what we call it B40, M40, and T20. And then government also have any other initiative. This is what we call it penjana. As you can see, the investment fund, allocation, tax incentive, try to bring in terms of the digital economy, some of the incentive for the property. Government also have some package or initiative for like electrical disease, like basic incentives. So you can see like we are in terms of moratorium. So we have a bantuan prihatin nasional for SME, even for like college, university or student. Okay, here are some of the initiative. All right. So businesses and industry also, they play a vital role in helping government and citizen during this COVID-19. So for example, let's see IMB Bank Berhad and Potron Malaysia Sendiri Berhad. So they accelerate the growth home micro brand through Potron newly launched social commerce platform. And then, for example, Grab also, they have launched what they call it Shop Malaysian Online. There's a small initiative. Lazada also work with some of the local community, how they can help increase in terms of their business. And we must not forget that NGO also have a very important role. For example, that during this community, NGO may play a role in setting of consumer protection. So effective delivery channel for consumer education, and then helping in terms of drafting any like regulation or policy related to the consumer. They also should play a significant role in protecting consumers and redressing the imbalance between consumers and their consumer service providers. Okay, here's some of the initiative by NGOs. Kita Bantu Kita, so Care, Monitoring Malaysian Community, NGO Hub Emergency Fund. And then as a conclusion that I do believe that in order for to combat this COVID-19, so it need a concerted effort from consumer itself, from the government, from the businesses, as well as from the NGOs. So this is something that I would like to highlight. So we must ready to change from the current consumers to the future consumers for the benefit of us. So for example, before that we are more like disposable consumers. Now we must think about become future consumers. We must aware about our action. Before that we are conspicuous consumption. Now we must become like a practical consumers, green product. So live in moderation, very practical. Make good choice in terms of our purchasing instead of value for money. So now we have moved toward value for people, focus on short-term investment, now focus more on long-term. Before that, we talk about economic well-being. So now we must move toward consumer well-being, and then instead of become a hedonic, more on like happiness consumer, now so become more on utilitarian-oriented consumers. And last but not least, I think in order for us to produce or come up with a consumer well-being, so these 3 agencies or the 3 parties, industry players, government, consumer itself, they must have like what we call it symbiosis or mutual interaction in order to help consumer to achieve the consumer well-being. I think that's all for now, Prof. Ujang.
Thank you very much, Prof. Fazli. It's interesting how the COVID-19 do influence the consumer behavior and also how the government spending. I think before we deliver question from the audience, Prof. Fazli,
Yes.
looking at the data government spending in Asian country,
Okay.
it showed that the Malaysian government spend more than other country. Looks like you are rich country. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. You are right. I think we are not rich countries. We are not rich countries, but I think now with this pandemic, with this crisis, I think government has made a very good effort. I think the whole idea is that they want to help. I think in terms of government, they still have some reserve, because before they really put a lot of investment or many investment, so they have consulted Ministry of Finance, for example, Central Bank of Malaysia, with some reserve that the government have. So they think that now the top priority is we must help the citizen or the rakyat or the consumer. So do we believe that if we help consumer, we help the businesses, small medium enterprise, so it will also contribute toward the growth of GDP, right?
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think one question from the audience I would like to read.
Right.
This is from Nina from University of Parahyang, Bandung. How to adopt customer relation management with the green consumer during the pandemic period in Malaysia? Yeah, for Prof. Fazli.
Come again.
Yeah, how to adapt customer relation management with the green consumer during the pandemic period in Malaysia.
All right, very good question. I think so now how we can adopt in terms. So one way that I would like to suggest, because now since people not going outside for shopping, so majority, so they will do more on online shopping. So that's why, for example, like, so what we can do, for example, like some businesses have give some like a token or some like a discount to those who are really purchase the green consumer product. I think this is also one strategy, so where we can encourage consumer, for example, because we already know that majority, I would say that majority of the green or green product, sometimes it much expensive than other product. So by having like some discount, some like a token, and then it really can help consumer to adopt to do this new behavior.
Okay, thank you. Okay, another question to Prof. Brady. It's coming from Nina. Ibu Nina, would you like to read your question? Please. Ibu Nina? Okay. Prof. John Thomas Brady, based on experience during this pandemic period, how the school, university adapted the curriculum to accommodate the skill for future?
Okay, so the public schools, the K through 12 schools in Korea they started out in the first semester after the pandemic, they went to a online delivery method. Then in the later, this more recent semester, they've gone to a sort of split mechanism where students will spend part of their time in class and then get part of their material online. So students are about half-time students in class and half-time online. The universities are still doing strictly online. And so it's kind of up to the professor to decide what kind of delivery mechanism they want to use. Do they want to use online lecture, or do they want to have recorded lecture, or do they want to have, some sort of a hybrid system? So there really isn't a uniform model that they've gone to. It's sort of, well, here are some tools, do the best you can with them sort of approach. So, yeah, I wish I could say there was a, a mechanism that was used universally throughout Korea, but it's kind of make it up as you go at this point, to be honest. Yeah.
So how is the professor? Is it easy to adapt with the new situation?
Well, it's like everything. I mean, you kind of get used to it,
Okay.
It seems like it's going to be impossible when you start, but then after you sort of build a pattern up, you're okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Second question for Prof. Fazli from Agus Winarso here. Does Malaysia give support to health tourism sector?
Yes, government basically, because the most impacted during this COVID-19 for sure that aviation, tourism, and then for the economic stimulus package, government have some what we call it a fund to help those people or those industry who involved in this tourism industry.
Okay. Another question coming to Professor Brady from University Negeri Surabaya. Yeah, is east of Java. Yeah. Prof. John, what do you mean with shift away from American consumer? Why and how?
Well, I kind of addressed that a little bit before. Is the idea that the United States for quite a while has been sort of the driving force of consumer expenditures, and sort of the thinking now that I've been reading about is that maybe maybe there will be a more uniform distribution of as consumers and become more affluent around the world, that it's not going to be, if you can't make it in America, you just can't make it, as compared to, you can succeed in Southeast Asia, or you can succeed in South America, or wherever it might be, that the idea that America is where all the consumers are is sort of a passing situation, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Another question is to Professor Fazli.
Yes.
I think how to encourage Malaysian to use local product, if there is any specific program from the government policy? Yeah.
Yes, as I mentioned, under the economic stimulus package, the government have one program. This is what we call it buying a local product, or in Malay, campaign beli barangan buatan Malaysia, Malaysian product. So now, government really work with like media. This is under Ministry of Domestic Trade and Consumer Affairs. So what they did was that almost every day they have like advertisement or iklan in media, for example. This is the way that how they can encourage Malaysian consumer to buy a local product. So they also try to help, especially for those who involved in a small, medium enterprise. Yes, Dr. Yuni, we have that kind of initiative and program by the government to help stimulate the economy.
In some of Indonesian residing in the rural area, they have a perception. They consider that this the COVID-19 is the disease belong to the urban people. What do you think in Malaysia and also in South Korea? Yeah, Prof. Fazli.
This is the first time that I heard about that. So I never heard that people from the abroad really bring this. But in Malaysia, it might be a tricky. They always associate this COVID-19 because of the politics.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but I don't want to comment about on this. But one of the what we call it the spearhead of this because of the among the politician. I think
Okay.
because recently we have like yeah, election, and then because of this it bring the COVID-19 the cases increase.
Okay. How about in Korea?
Yeah. Well, I'd kind of like to address a question from the United States point of view in that it started out as an urban disease primarily in New York and Los Angeles and San Francisco. But now, if you look at the numbers, the real growth rates are in the middle of the country and the real urban areas, you know, South Dakota, North Dakota, Montana. So I think the pattern is that it starts in urban areas and then spreads from there, you know, this idea that it's an urban disease is primarily based on the fact that's where it comes into, that people who travel internationally and are exposed to it tend to come and go through urban portals. But just because you live in the countryside doesn't mean you're not going to get COVID into your life. It's just a matter of time, not a matter of isolation, I suppose. You know.
Yeah, I think I also noticed that some of the people, I mean American community, some they are against what the social campaign about distancing, wearing masks. I think what happened in the American community, is it because of the politics or what?
It's yeah, I think it's primarily politics. It's sad to say, but America seems to be becoming more tribal in nature. You know that you belong to one tribe or another, and you really don't want to deal with people from the other. I guess the sociologist had it
Yeah.
nailed with social identity theory and such. Uh, but yeah, there seems to be two sides of America now. The ones that are want to wear a mask and want to stop it, and the other side
Okay.
that seems hell bent on spreading it as much as they can. So what are you going to do?
Okay, that's interesting, yeah, between politics and the health
Yeah.
situation. Prof. Fazli, since Malaysia are neighboring countries of Singapore, and what is, I mean, the situation is almost comparable, the way the government deals, and I mean, the COVID situation in Singapore is getting better, and it's the same with the Malaysia. So how is the mobility between two countries?
Yeah, it is getting better. I think both government they have came to the consensus that those Malaysian who work in Singapore, they are allowed them to go to the Singapore, vice versa. I think there is no problem.
Okay. Okay, we are waiting for other question from the participant. Okay. Okay, I think there is no other question from the audience. We would like to thank you to Professor Brady and Professor Fazli. I think the pandemic COVID-19 do influence the consumer behavior. Almost we have more similarities among the countries, and we do suffer because of the pandemic. I hope this pandemic will be over soon, and we will back to normal again, so we can visit to other countries. I think we enjoy travel, and so, but the lesson learned is how is the behavior stay distancing. I think do influence the way the consumer, and not only the health sector but also the economy. I think once again we would like to thank you to Professor Brady and Professor Fazli.
Thank
good
you.
afternoon.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, speakers and moderators. It is indeed such interactive sessions. If only we had infinite time to discuss, but the time is up. So I would like to close the discussion sessions. And I would like to invite Dr. Irni Rahmayani Johan as the chair of this event. Do the honor to give a few words of appreciations and certificates to the first and the second speakers. Professor Dr. John Thomas Brady and Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazli Sabri.
Okay. Thank you, Ludini. On behalf of the Committee of International Seminar on Family and Consumer Science 2020, please accept this certificate for Professor Dr. John Brady. Thank you for your insightful presentation today.
Thank you for inviting me to the conference. It was a real joy to be here.
Thank you. We are so happy to have you here. Okay, next certificate is for Professor Muhammad Fazli Sabri. Please accept Professor Fazli. Thank you
Sure,
for your
I accept.
excellent presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, lastly, we would like Dr. Irni Rahmayani Johan do the honor to give a few words of appreciations and certificates to the moderator, Professor Ujang Sumarwan.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I also feel honored to award this certificate to Professor Dr. Ujang Sumarwan. Thank you for being a wonderful moderator for this seminar. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Bu Irni.
All right, thank you. For participants, don't worry. It's not only speakers that will get the certificates, but you will also get the certificates. So if you wish to obtain the certificate, kindly click in the link on the screen. Yes, if you are not able to click the link on your screen, you can find the link on the question and answer box.
I think there is
Please be informed that the link is only available for 30 minutes. So please fill in that form, submit, and we will send the certificate immediately to the registered email. I kindly repeat that the link is only available for 30 minutes. So please fill in the online form as soon as possible.
Ini Mbak Ludini, itu link materialnya harus ada akses, request akses tuh. Apa memang itu? Did you have to give access?
This is the link to get the certificate, Pak. Yes. Link material. Okay, we will prepare the link to get those materials from all speakers, and it will be available as soon as possible. Okay, we will come back with the link. Okay, participants, you can get the material by using the link ipb.link/isfci speakers. So you can access those materials from the speakers. If you miss one or two sessions from them, you can still get the link, the material from that link. All right, while waiting for you to submit the form to get certificates, I would like to announce the winner of the best peppers, because to make it more efficient and while you are all still here, we will announce it now. And the winner is oral presenter who was able to submit the full paper before the deadline. Nonetheless, please be informed that the review for proceeding is still ongoing. Yeah. So I'm pleased to announce the winner. So the award goes to and I would like to invite Dr. Irni to announce the winner of the best paper and give certificates to the winner.
Okay, thank you. Before I announce the winner, perhaps I would like to explain that we would like to thank all the authors who have submitted some manuscripts to our call for paper. We have received a number of papers from many outstanding authors, and after a careful selection process by reviewers, the best paper was chosen. We have made our decision regarding paper which meet the criteria, and the best paper was chosen based on participants who have submitted their full paper before the deadline. Okay, and the winner is Afro James. Okay. Okay, this is our best paper winner, Mr. Afro James. Congratulations. And we would also like to inform that all manuscripts that we have received will be further processed for the publication on our proceeding. And the manuscript will be processed further in accordance with the review procedure of the proceeding. Okay, and the committee will contact the authors for further information. Okay, thank you. And once again, on behalf of the Committee of International Seminar on Family and Consumer Sciences 2020, I would like to thank all the outstanding speaker, moderator, and all participants for making this seminar successful. And we hope you can join us again next year. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have now concluded the opening sessions. On behalf of the host and committee, we would like to extend our deepest appreciations for your support. We are extremely grateful for your participations. We wish you get the most out of these sessions and share the insight you got from these sessions to the people around you. We thank you all, speakers, and all men and women behind the curtain. This event won't be happen without your contributions. So I would like to inform as well, right after this at 1 p.m., we will have an oral presentations. We will be grateful if you could join that sessions because there will be many outstanding speakers who will present their works that this topic ranging from the consumer and family economics to family and child development. So in these sessions, there will be 6 rooms. They are named after the island of Indonesia, Sumatra, Jawa. For the Sumatra, the chair is Dr. Muslihah. And the presenter is Professor Dr. Insinyur Ais Sunarti, MSc, Vienna Rusmiati, Dr. Insinyur Dia Krisnatuti, MS, Afro James, and Utami Setiorini. Please note the link that correspond to the group ipb.link/ISFCIIKK2020. And please also note the password to enter that meeting room. So if you are interested to join with the Sumatra, kindly note the link. And next we have another group from Java. And the chair is Ali Yansha Abdul Rahim, SPMSE, as from Indonesian Institute of Science or LIPI. And the presenters from this room are Riz Dariskila, SSE, MSE, Dian Kristiani Irawati, Mutia Aulia Dewi, Anggraini Wulandari, Raihan Ainun Hasanah, and the link that correspond, the link to get into the meeting room is available down there, ipb.link/ISFCI Java. Next, we're going to travel to the next island, Kalimantan. So the chair in this group is Dr. Chadarat Hangsediko from Mahidol University, and the presenters are Aulia Sofia Dila, Alice Solihati, Akiko Lahitani, Dea Rahdadela, Nabila Tatmainul Husna, and the link is available down there, ipb.link/ISFCI Kalimantan. Again, kindly note the password to enter the meeting room. Okay, from Kalimantan, we are heading to Sulawesi, and the chair for this group would be Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazli Sabri from University Putra, Malaysia. And the presenters are Dr. Insinyur Herin Puspitawati, MSc, Dr. Megawati Simanjuntak, SPMSI, Maria Gayatri, Dinda Kamila. Okay, the link is available down there. Please kindly note. Next. From Papua, the chair of the Papua group is Naili Fitri MA from Universitas Pertamina, and the presenters are Dianing Tias Murtanti Putri, Siti Mariam, Nikomang Yasri Anasuyari, Indira Farhana, and Pramesti. And again, the link and the password are available on your screen. And it would also be available on the question and answer so that you can easily access them. Okay, last, Bali. So for Bali group, the chair would be Ms. Fima Tista Putriana, SEAK, MSc PhD CA from Universitas Andalas. And the presenters are Ari Firda Amalia, Dr. Insinyur Lilik Nur Yuliati MFSA, Rigel Raimarda, Zauza Hawa Zahara, Resti Puji Hasfuti. So again, if you are interested, and I would highly recommend you to join or observe the meeting. For all of you and for presenters, please ensure that you will be in the meeting room at right at 1 p.m. Next, we are going to break for an hour before proceeding with the next sessions, oral presentations. We will start again at 1 p.m. Don't forget to have your lunch and take a break. See you. Thank you so much for all.
you.